Osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä. Vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä. Ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sajanne mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Missio valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä. Vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä. Ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa.
Hyvät Eurooppa-foorumi.
Dear participants of the Europe Forum, dear Prime Minister Petteri, warmly welcome to Turku and the last day of this year's Europe Forum. Today we will talk about the future of Finland's policy in the European Union. Right after my opening remarks, you will hear Petteri Orpo's perspectives and views on Finland's place in Europe and Europe's place in changing world. Petteri Orpo comes from Turku. The new government program includes a chapter on Europe, and it says that the European Union is the most important framework for Finland and a community of values. Community of values is a key word here. The European Union is not only a tool or a political alliance, but a community, and values keep it together, our common values. Human rights, freedom, democracy, equality and rule of law, these are the European key values. These key values need to be protected not only in Finland, Europe, but elsewhere in the world as well. Our common values base builds our prosperity and freedom and stability in Europe. But this shouldn't remain an abstract and remote thing. As Amanda Alvesalo yesterday concluded, Europe is for us. Prime Minister Orpo also said recently that we need a strong and committed Finland, and this cannot be achieved by turning our eyes inwards. It's never a good idea for a small state to be alone and separated from others. In its historical turning points, Finland has coherently chosen openness and freedom and collaboration with other countries. It's been our choice. We don't want to be behind barriers and borders, but we want to be open, act internationally and be open towards other countries. It's not just words, but deeds and actions as well. We are international and open. These are value choices, and these are drivers for change in Finland. They have changed Finland for decades. These are important change makers that have resulted in Finland being a prominent member of the European Union and on global arenas. Turku is the oldest city in Finland, and we have always been a gateway to Europe and other countries. We've been a place for different people to meet and share ideas. These encounters have always led to something new. Stream going forward and changing Finland and Europe. I want to see cities playing an important role in the future of Finland, promoting international Finland. We are places to meet people. Research, trade and culture are concentrated in cities. Cities are places to welcome people from different backgrounds. They have space to breathe here and build life of their own. We want to be close to our citizens in cities, and we have an important role in building an atmosphere of trust and well-being. Cities are also important service providers. We provide education services, employment services, and integration services for all those in need. As Paven Maijanen has said, everybody who sometimes receives help also understands to give help when needed. We fight for tackling discrimination and other challenges, and we fight for that everyone feels that they have their home in our cities. We play an important role in building an open and trustful Finland. Cities are an important partner for the state of Finland in attracting foreign labor, for example, and we work in the same team to promote Finland's development well into the future. So cities play an important driver's role in Finland in the state policies as well. Demographic challenge is here. Populations are aging. We need foreign labor from other countries. We say that we need people to come here, but on the other hand, we don't want to discuss the facts that people do not maybe find Finland so attractive. Elina Väntönen, a journalist, wrote an interesting article a few weeks ago where she referred to her family's experiences. She was very excited about her children going to an American school, and suddenly she was putting her children to an American school. And she had experiences from Finnish schools, obviously, and she thought that maybe her child in an American school would create problems. She didn't speak English, she didn't know anybody, but quite the contrary. Väntösen's child was warmly welcomed. It was just a subjective experience, but still Väntönen started thinking about how differently America welcomes foreign people compared to Finland. And her major observation was that nobody expects society to take care of people only. People welcome people. That was her conclusion. And automatically newcomers become new members of society, and everybody is willing to help. People warmly welcome people coming from outside and do everything they can to help them. The pandemic was a good reminder to us what happens when an individual is taken away from his or her communities. Every time when I travel around Finland, I hear stories of how difficult it is to have a feeling of not belonging to anywhere, to be without communities, without friendship groups, and this is maybe our problem. Of course, it is important that the state has stated that we want to welcome immigrants and people coming from outside, but it's all about atmosphere. It's all about the messages that we give and how we welcome people who want to come here. Are we in Finland genuinely the open and welcoming society that we state that we are? So this is something that all of us can contribute to. Internationalization and openness are great strengths that have always been very important to Finland. International experts, foreign experts bring in a lot of expertise, know-how and new perspective, and these contribute not only to our working life but to society as a whole. Welcoming foreigners is not only an economic question, but it's more about human encounters. We have to welcome everyone as they are, provide language education, integration services, take children to school, help in building social networks and so on. These are very important elements, but most important of all is that we have a warm community welcoming these people, respecting these people, respecting their contribution to our society. We are society here. Dear participants, welcome to the last day of Europe Forum in Turku. Of course, the discussion goes on. Commissioner Urpilainen yesterday made an initiative of organizing an extensive European seminar in Finland to discuss Europe's future. The government has already started work to make an impact in the next Commission's program. Well, Turku and Europe Forum are more than willing to join in this discussion in the future. With these words, I'd like to wish you warmly welcome to the last day of Europe Forum in Turku. And after that, we'll meet again next August in Turku, hopefully with a little bit better weather. Thank you very much.
Kiitoksia arvoisa pormestari näistä ajatuksia herättävistä. Thank you very much for your impressive remarks. My name is Markku Jokisipilä. I'm from the Center for Parliamentary Studies at the Turku University. And in this first session, I will be your moderator. And with Prime Minister Orpo, we have decided that we will follow a method that we all know. Last spring, we had a visitor series with the ministers. And first with the Prime Minister, he explained us what the topical issues are, and then we discussed. So we will first listen to Prime Minister Orpo about the work of his new government, his government program, and EU policy outlines. And then after that, we'll sit down and have a discussion. Welcome, Prime Minister Orpo.
Kiitos.
Thank you. Dear friends, distinguished mayor, ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be here today with you in this role that I have. For me, this is very important. It's wonderful to appear here in front of you in wonderful Turku at an international forum. For someone who is originally from here, it is quite an honor. So let me talk a little for a while, very briefly, and then we can have a discussion. Europe is a very significant matter. There are a lot of things that we need to go through and discuss. The government's line on the EU, we have to go through that with my ministers very carefully in all its details, and through that we can then have our vision on what type of European policy our government wants to have and what we want to do together. We heard a strong speech from the mayor for a tolerant, international and friendly Finland, and this is what we need. During the summer, we've had a very colorful and sometimes difficult discussions on these topics, and it is indeed necessary to have these discussions. Racism does not belong to Finland, and when we see these phenomena, we should not just sweep them under the carpet. No, we have to really get our hands on them and discuss them. Yesterday, the government adopted a communication on Finland, which is free from racism and based on equality. It's a strong document, and it's based on earlier work from earlier governments. The previous government carried out excellent work. They had a program on Equal Finland. They had a hearing of about 100 experts, and they then drafted an action plan. And with this, the government wants to send a message to the parliament and to the Finnish citizens that Finland will not get worse. We will become better. We want to be an equal country, and we do not accept racism. This is also a message to those living in Finland who have arrived to Finland, who work here, who help us to build Finland. We want to give them this message. They are part of this country. This is also a message to the European Union countries. Finland will remain the same reliable partner that we have been already before. I think it was very important now to give this message to everybody. Now, then the agenda of today. The European Union is the most important political and economic framework and reference frame for Finland, and it is vital as a framework for Finland. This is my personal line and also our government's line. I think it all originated here in Turku University when I was at the university in my 20s, and I was already then campaigning for Finnish membership at the EU. And this is the road that put me in this direction, and here we are. So the idea of the Cold War period, and after that period we had the opportunity to apply for EU membership, take a step forward to that direction, to the Western value community. So it was a fresh win that we experienced that time after the Cold War period. Now, if we go even further back, during the autonomy, we already prepared ourselves for independence, and then after the Russian Revolution, after the First World War, we were able to become independent. We fought for our independence during the Second World War. We survived the Cold War, and when the time came, we applied for the EEC membership, and then after that for the EU membership. We also joined the Euro area, and now we have also joined the NATO. So we are in the situation where we are a part of Europe, and it's part of the success story of Finland, and our well-being will be dictated by the well-being of the European Union. And the Western world and its population is diminishing all the time and getting older, and this poses challenges for us. No country alone is enough to compete with China, India or the US, and for us to be successful, we need more intensive cooperation within the EU. Our government takes a progressive stance on the EU. We are positive about integration in energy sector and security cooperation. We are members of the EU because it's more than just its different parts. In the informal summit, we will start discussions on this, and next June there will be the complete program on how the Commission program will look like. We stress the fact that we have to go back to basics in this program. We emphasize economy and safety and economic safety and security. We want to build a competitive union which is a stronger geopolitical actor.
According to the government program, our EU policy priorities are internal market, promoting internal market and competitiveness, deepening EU defense cooperation, promoting clean energy investments, using natural resources sustainably, and national level decision making in forest industry, as well as food security and securing food production. Now, in the European Union, strategic autonomy is in the core of all discussions, and this means many different things, of course, depending on your perspective. Strategic autonomy is a very important concept, especially in common foreign and security policy, and after that this concept was taken on board also in agriculture, agricultural resilience and industrial policy as well. The European Union has to stand on its own feet. Therefore, initiatives for securing the supply of critical raw materials and promoting key industry areas and changing them to low-carbon industries are very important objectives. Europe has to be able to produce and process most of our raw materials, semiconductors and chips more than we can do now. We have to decrease our dependence from other countries. In this task, in this massive task, Finland may play a major role. We have critical raw materials in our soil. We have knowledge and expertise with circular economy and sustainable economy. We can replace fossil-based raw materials by new solutions. We can help Europe to find solutions, and at the same time we can with our own resources and raw materials create new employment in Finland, bring in industrial activities and build a strong industrial bases in Europe, which leads to positive employment outcomes as well. This is very good news for Europe and Finland. Of course, there are many economic risks if we turn inwards. Mutual interdependencies are very strong in the world. It is also our benefit that global supply chains work. Through this, Finnish companies can sell their products to global markets and in that way bring revenue and well-being to Finland. So we have to reduce risks in a reliable and sensible way. We should be able to produce these critical things on our own so that we are not left out in the dark when crisis hits. So everybody is doing this now. USA, Japan, every country wants to reduce their dependencies right now. So when this continues, we have to ask what happens in the end. Does it mean that all countries remain isolated and take care of their businesses on their own? Well, this is not a good scenario. We need more openness instead of isolated countries. Most transactions in the world are unrisky business. Part of critical technologies belong to de-risking areas, and these are the areas where we have to focus on. We have to continue trade and cooperation and transactions with friendly countries and understand at the same time what are critical and risky businesses and strengthen our expertise in these fields. At the same time, we have a clear scenario of how to do it. We cannot accept that European countries give more state aid to their companies. This is a worrying trend at the moment. The Commission has to be the honest broker, making sure that countries follow EU rules. State aid rules and their relaxation is problematic for the future of European Union because small countries such as Finland cannot give such support to their companies as big countries can, for example, Germany and France. So what is the situation now after the war, after the pandemic? Many countries have given a lot of state aid to their companies, and this is distorting competition. This is distorting market economy and international trade. This can also be significant risk to internal market. Instead of giving more state aid, we have to develop the operational environment for companies to make sure that companies have better possibilities to respond to demand in European Union and globally. The core of EU's long-term competitiveness is well-functioning internal market, and therefore we pay special focus on deepening internal market and getting rid of trade barriers. And this is also one of the key elements of the future Commission working program. So developing internal market is very important to us. Only with fair competition we can build Europe's competitiveness and make sure that Europe does well in international competition. We have major tasks ahead of us. First of all, energy. We want to invest in clean energy sources and also increasing our energy self-sufficiency. Hydrogen, solar power, wind power, all renewable energy sources are important. We need more electricity than ever, and therefore we have to invest in nuclear energy. This is key. In our government program, we state that we want to reform the Nuclear Energy Act. We are willing to authorize every possible player to build their nuclear energy plants and also are very interested in small nuclear energy plants. This is something we discussed with Prime Minister Kristoffersson last week while putting together IKEA shelves for his daughter, as you've read, of course. So the nuclear power renaissance is everywhere in Europe now, and we share these common goals. For all this, we need partners in Europe. Let's take forest industry as an example. Well, Finland and Sweden have very good cooperation within forest industry, within EU and elsewhere. We've also found new partners in Central and Eastern Europe. Last Friday, we agreed that we will write a joint letter about forest industry challenges and send this letter to Ursula von der Leyen. So this is a very good example of our government's activism in European affairs. Looking into the autumn now, key question now is money. We need to update the Europe's multi-annual financial framework to respond better to today's needs. Ukraine needs all our support. Ukraine needs a lot of long-term support. Ukraine will be given 50 million euros during the following 4 years. This is a strong message to Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine. We support Ukraine as much as it takes. We are strong players here. We act long term, and it's a clear message to Putin as well. You cannot win this war. So this is a very strong decision. This is a strong message to people in Ukraine. We stand with them. We take care of Ukrainians. Very few of us would have thought a couple of years ago that the European Union could be as united as it has been recently. The war has united Europe, and that has surprised Russia. Europe has been exceptionally united in fighting the war and supporting Ukraine. And also immigration situation. Immigration numbers have risen recently. In the Mediterranean Sea, more and more people cross the sea and try to come to Europe. The figures are at their highest since 2015-2016. I remember those years very well. I was the Ministry of the Interior, and I was sitting in the European Council looking for solutions, European solutions for migration crisis. Now we are making new agreements with outside countries like Tunis, and we are now more prepared to respond to migration challenges compared to 2015. New legislation has been put in place. External border control is more efficient. We have better processes and more cooperation with non-EU countries. So we are able to react swiftly, and we can manage illegal immigration. If we do not manage migration, it can lead to political consequences and problems. And we've seen already some of these negative results, and it can have a tremendous effect in Europe's future. On the other hand, it is clear that legal immigration and well-managed immigration is very important. Populations are aging. We need more labor to help aging Europeans.
It's clear that we need to help the Mediterranean countries to manage migration flows, because from experience we know that uncontrolled migration can change Europe quite swiftly. Our interest is to sort out problems on an extensive level with the countries of origin and the countries of transit, to cut down pressures for them, because in the future this situation can face us more closely. We know that Russia has used hybrid threats in order to have an impact on us, and that can change the situation on the borders. We have prepared for this by giving more resources to the frontier agency. But of course, in this case, we welcome all help from the European Union. We have also changed our legislation so that we are better prepared to be able to respond to instrumentalized migration. So we are more clear with this on a Nordic level, and we want to help in the countries of origin. In the immigration policy, we always want to respect the human rights treaties and also, of course, the EU regulations and the rule of law principle. Yes, we want to tighten our humanitarian immigration policy but at the same time we welcome skilled workers to Finland. The geopolitical situation in Finland and Europe makes us to think more about the enlargement of Europe. The latest arrival was Croatia in 2014. However, things have changed in Europe. Ukraine and Western Balkan countries and Moldova memberships become more and more possible, and their path to the EU becomes swifter than expected. The previous enlargements were significant geopolitical changes. Romania and Bulgaria joining the EU in 2024, when Poland and other Central Eastern countries became members, made the perspectives larger towards the East and Russia. And this model is a very attractive factor in a way that West has become stronger in the ex-Soviet states. And this is a major geopolitical change if Ukraine were to become a member. A country of 40 million citizens. That was before the war. Agricultural policy, cohesion policy, and single market are at stake here. And Ukraine, as a significant cereal country, has an impact on the agricultural policy, and many net receivers would become net payers. Enormous reconstruction need after the war in Ukraine has to be taken care of, and all Western countries should participate in this, including Finland. There is a lot of Ukrainian labor force already in the EU at the moment, and this would still increase. With Western Balkan countries, there are more moderate changes because the countries are smaller, but a union of 30 countries would need changes in decision-making in the EU. For instance, foreign and security policy would have to be strengthened with qualified majority decisions. However, membership process has to be based on merits and action, where the candidate countries show real progress in different areas of society, economy, rule of law, fight against corruption. And before negotiations can start, these have to be handled. In October, the Commission will publish its report on the fulfillment of membership criteria of these countries, and then this will be discussed, including the timetable for enlargement. We are ready to support Ukraine with its reforms so that its path towards the EU is possible and faster. I told this last week to President Zelensky. This week and also last week in the ambassadors' seminar, I described our government's EU policy line. And this is the line we are now swiftly taking forward, and we will tell about this in the European negotiation tables. And as a Prime Minister, I will carry the biggest responsibility of this EU policy, and the responsibility for that belongs to the Prime Minister. I value EU policy very highly, and I will give a lot of my time for that. I will prioritize summits and European councils because in those meetings European matters are taken forward. It's also about my private relationship to this. I know that because I have been previously a minister in the Agricultural Council, ECOFIN Council, and the Internal Affairs Council. In the opposition, as the vice chair of the EPP, I had the possibility to participate in negotiations in the EU and meet leaders and influencers in the EU. This summer, domestic politics has been quite eventful, as you have seen, but still I have found time for international cooperation. I visited Berlin with Chancellor Scholz. This is very important for Finland. Iceland, Nordic ministers met, and Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, I visited him as well. Also visited Tallinn, and last Friday I visited Ulf Kristersson in Sweden. And I've met many of the Nordic leaders. I know them already from before. So CELAC, interesting meeting, Latin American and Caribbean countries summit, where I participated as well. And all these venues, all these fora are where we can take our matters forward. When you know somebody personally, it's quite a different matter to try and discuss with that person and take things forward. I have learned that throughout my career, also here in Turku. So strong EU, viable EU is what Finland needs. The stronger the EU is, the stronger Finland is. The stronger Finland is, the better it can take care of the needs and basic services of its citizens, and also matters pertaining to security. Security policy is very important, so therefore Finland has to be very active and influential in the EU. So therefore I'm worried that there are less and less Finnish officials in the EU institutions. I want to take this further with the government program. You will get more information on this in the autumn, how to increase the number of Finnish officials in the EU institutions. This is a message to young people as well. Many of them are here today, young people who are still looking for what kind of career to have. I urge you to start with Brussels. And there are many different lobbying organizations and companies as well where this is pertinent information. Also, more experienced workers already who have started their career, it's still possible to renew your career, do something different with the EU institutions. So the EU work of the government this fall. The program already includes certain very detailed concrete measures and guidelines. And during the fall, we will draft a principal decision on how to influence work at the EU. And then ministries will get their instructions. Also, EU influencing strategy, where ministers can bring in their ideas and priorities are set towards the end of the present Commission mandate. And then the next mandate and strategic program details for that will be also drafted this year so that it will influence next Commission's work. And we will try to do this preparatory work already ahead of time. So in this work, when we try to influence the EU, the Finnish organized society, all of you, the businesses and organizations that you represent, we want ideas from you, ideas of what to discuss in the future discussions on the European Union.
Niin, mennään tuonne sohvalle. Istutaan siihen. No niin, arvoisa herra pääministeri.
Mr. Prime Minister, we still have some 10 minutes for some additional questions. Well, you already answered very extensively to our original question, what is Finland's policy in the European Union? So maybe we can put more questions of human interest now. So a couple of questions. I'd like to present one first. Well, you've seen several governments and you've played different roles in different governments as an MP, as a minister, as an opposition leader and so on. Now, for the first time, you're the Prime Minister of Finland. And of course, the start must have been different. So are you still on your honeymoon? Well, you didn't have very much of a honeymoon, did you, this year? Was it a surprise to you, all these crises in summer? Well, it was surprising. And well, on the other hand, I've been working near the government for a very long time and worked as a minister as well. And I've closely followed the government's work for years, and this summer has been exceptional. Yesterday's anti-racism statement and next week's discussions in the parliament are very important. And it's very important to have have an opening discussion and really get things going and start implementing our fantastic government program. I quickly outlined the main points of our EU policy, for example, and this has been indeed exceptional, but it has only made us stronger. Well, government negotiations last spring were also very hectic and interesting, and it was closely followed. And many people said that it will be difficult for the National Coalition Party and True Finns to form the government together, and the Finns party, because you're so different, especially in terms of EU. And now thinking about your four-party coalition government, you have the National Coalition Party, the main European party in Finland, as you have defined. Well, I totally agree. And then you have the Finns party, which is totally opposite, and the Christian Democrats, who are not that Europe-minded, and of course the Swedish National Party is in your team. So it must have been very difficult to form a common EU statement in the government program. And how do you feel now in the beginning of your journey? Do you think the opinion differences in terms of EU policy will remain as big as they have been? A very interesting question indeed. Well, it is true that this government base has raised many questions. But on the other hand, we need to turn the economic direction of Finland. We cannot take more debt. Instead, we have to achieve economic growth. Well, these were areas where we agreed for the most part. And also in terms of EU policy, the differences were not that big after all. So there are critical parties, EU critical parties, very critical towards raising EU's competencies in different sectors. But these two parties are very pragmatic, however. They do not want Finland to resign from the EU or leave the EU. They are pragmatic, but they want to develop the European Union to the right direction from Finland's point of view. And I think we all agree that now all these crises that we have at hand, war in Ukraine, immigration crisis, climate change, global competitiveness, I think these big complex questions mean that we act better as part of the European Union, and this is something I wanted to highlight in my speech. Finland wants to be an active member of the European Union. We want to contribute to the development of the European Union, and these are important things for all government parties at the moment. Well, making Finland's voice heard in the European Union, that's in the government program. And in the government program, there are some critical voices as well, that Finland's voice has not always been so well heard in Europe at European decision-making powers. For example, you propose that instead of EU policy statement given once a year, you propose that we should continuously update our EU policies. So how do you define in the future the EU strategy priorities, and what are the key players in addition to the Finnish Parliament? Well, first of all, during last government term, we discussed many times that we were surprised very often. We received legislative drafts and opinions which were contradictory to Finland's priorities, and new legislation was put in place without our voice being heard. And therefore we wanted to do better, and therefore we made this statement in the government program. Well, first of all, making sure that Finland's voice is heard, also in the remaining Commission program, and also in the strategic document which serves as a basis for next Commission's working program. And then continuous influencing. Well, we used to do EU policy statement only every 4 years. Now we want to do it once a year. Simply we just build an Excel file and we put everything that is related to the European Union, especially legislation, all the legislative initiatives, and so that everybody can see this Excel table, and then all ministries and other stakeholders who are interested in EU legislation know what's going on and who's responsible and so on. So this is something we will do in good cooperation with the Finnish Parliament, with the Great Committee and so on. So it's important that we have shared EU priorities approved by the Finnish Parliament, and then we work together. This requires a lot of collaboration. Well, last year here in Europe Forum, you were interviewed as one of the opposition leaders, and we organized a four-party Europe discussion. And of course, you shouldn't maybe remember all things, but I do. And then last year, you talked about Finland's security and foreign policy, and you mentioned that in '94, when a referendum was made in Finland, it was all about security policy. And now things have changed. We are a member of NATO, and of course we don't need to think about the Lisbon Treaty, Article 42.7 anymore, as we are NATO members. So how does it change our profile to the European Union? So does it bring new opportunities? Maybe we have more power now in the EU as NATO member. So does NATO's Article 5 give us more powers also at European decision-making powers? Well, I don't see very much of a connection here, but just let's think about the past year. So much has happened. Everything has changed. I remember last year's panel discussion very well, and I remember saying something like combining EU and NATO, and I also said that we should progress towards NATO membership. And I also thought that maybe NATO and the EU should get closer to each other. Well, now here we are. We are NATO members protected by Article 5 guarantees, and that is an excellent solution to Finland. Think about the other possibility if we were not NATO members now. It would have been very, very different, frightening almost. So now this thing is well taken care of. Well, about NATO membership, first of all, we've had extensive discussions with our US counterparts, and this has given me a clear view on how we are now part of the alliance, and this has a tremendous impact also in Finland-US trade relations and other relations. So we haven't maybe understood fully yet how much NATO membership means to us. In addition to military cooperation, it's very extensive security building and also better trade relations, protecting Western values and so on.
Now, within the European Union, you can see the same change, and it's not a small change. So you discuss with your colleague who for a long time is from a country which has been a long time a NATO member. So the discussion has changed. And for me, this means all in all that the role of Finland at the EU negotiation table is really finalized. It's complete. We are fully there. Right. Well, time flies and we only have time for one more question. And now I have to think hard which question to ask. This is the Europe Forum, where for the first time we can host a prime minister who actually is from this region. And we haven't had prime ministers, so many from this region. Mauno Koivisto, yes. But so now I have to say and ask, how do you see this perhaps the state council could also have a bigger role in terms of having people originating from this area. Yes, that's possible. Well, I'm not quite sure what I promised that, but let's see how it works out. Well, you can be sure that we wrote down this promise very clearly. Thank you very much for your intervention and information on the EU relations and your government, and all the luck and best of success for your work with your government. Thank you very much.
någon ska...
Okay, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time where we have multiple crises. Russia has attacked Ukraine, and after that in Germany we have heard the word Zeitenwende, or the perfect storm is a second idea that we hear often about. In the 90s, we had hopes for democratic states with rule of law and globalized economy. And we hoped that trading would lead to democracy, but now times are gloomy. The globalization process has previously progressed positively, but now it has shown us different sides. We are in a situation where we are experiencing stabilization and fragmentation. The old world order is disappearing, and we must find our way, our place in this new situation. These future-oriented questions were previously part of the direction we once had, but at the moment the future and the direction is unclear. How did we end up in this current situation, and why did we wake up so late? In this situation, I believe we must foster our relationships between Finland and Sweden. That's the security policy strength. We have differences, but also many things in common through our common history, and that can function as a unique laboratory for us. And as we are developing different competences, as we navigate this new situation with a lot of uncertainties. In the midst of all this, we still have the EU, which is the light at the end of the tunnel. I am looking forward to this discussion with Jessica Rosvall, the Minister for European Union Affairs of Sweden. She has been a minister since October 2022, and then Anders Adlercreutz, the Finnish Minister of European Affairs and Ownership Steering since this summer. Welcome.
Ja, jag skulle vilja börja med en lite mer personlig fråga.
I would like to begin with a more personal question. Why did you accept the role of EU minister? I described quite a gloomy picture of the world's state. Jessica, why did you accept this role? Well, I would say that when EU became or took the presidency of the European Council, EU is the forum where we work very hard in. And in this serious situation, I felt it was self-evident to accept such a position. Right, now the situation is the worst we have known, and it's also very interesting. I would say that the support for the EU is stronger than ever in Sweden, and that's why it is so important to have this opportunity. I really appreciate the opportunity to be an EU minister. What about the EU presidency of Sweden? How was that? Well, it was very intense. I have said that I've never worked as much and as hard, but at the same time, I've never had as much fun, even though the issues we dealt with were quite serious. The Swedish government wanted to benefit from this opportunity. Anders Adlercreutz, what about you? What are the things that made you accept this role? Well, usually I am asked the question, why did I accept the position of being the Minister for Ownership Steering that has so much kryptonite in Finland, this role? But perhaps the EU minister position is an easier one to answer. EU is the answer, or it could be the answer for so many global challenges, regardless of whether we talk about democracy, climate change, or security. Personally, I'm an EU optimist. which means that I feel it is a good thing that we drive the EU policy also from the positive perspective, especially from the Finnish perspective. It's important that we drive things forward and that we are progressive in the EU framework. In that sense, my position is very important. And after I had been in my position for 20 hours, I met Jessica from Sweden, which was a great start to anything. So you feel there are some synergies between your two your two different roles. Absolutely, when we think about this crisis, the COVID, the war in Ukraine, and we consider the fact that in Finland, the state has quite a large portfolio of businesses, of companies, Fortum, and so on, and they have also suffered under these crises. And in that case, it's very good to have a good link and good connection to Brussels. It of course provides some safety that we are all in this EU family. I'm also a great optimist, but the situation is extremely complex, isn't it? If we think about this connection, this closed Russian border, it means that logistics-wise, Finland has become an island, and Sweden is in kind of a limbo, in a state somewhere in between, and both countries are in a quite vulnerable position. Isn't that correct? In a way, I suppose you could say that we are in a vulnerable position, but I still feel that for many reasons, both Finland and Sweden's weight has increased internationally, especially after we became members of the NATO, which will happen for Sweden, I'm sure, very soon as well. We talk a lot about Finland and Sweden in a completely different way than previously. Finland's and Sweden's model in connection to security policy, their position is completely different on the European agenda. We can offer so much to the European security debate. Both countries have maintained strong preparation, whereas many other countries have decreased their level of preparedness, contingency planning and preparedness. I'm not concerned for Finland or Sweden, but of course the whole EU must wake up to this new reality. Jessica, how do you feel about this limbo? Do you have any thoughts, any ideas about that? Well, with the NATO, we should be members already, but we will become members. But I don't feel that we're in a limbo. We have been the president of the European Council now. I'm also a minister for European cooperation, and I believe that the Nordic countries together, the European Union member countries together, and these two countries, Finland and Sweden, as members of NATO, can truly cooperate and collaborate in order to increase our weight in the EU system. We have a lot to do. Even though times are gloomy, I believe that one thing that we have, well, Ukraine was extremely important topic during our presidency, and we provided a lot of support. It's always being said that in the EU everything takes a long time and things move slowly. But in this situation, the EU really showed how they are able to be agile and react quickly. At least that's how we feel when we are having our meetings. Of course, not everybody feels the same, but I think everybody is of one opinion that it is so important we do things together, not just in relation to the Ukraine, but with climate change, with population moving, migration, and so on. If we think about the rule of law principle, it's extremely important that we strengthen EU's credibility in this connection. Finland and Sweden have represented this issue very strongly. We're not there yet, but we have taken steps forward. You already mentioned the war in Ukraine, and of course we must discuss that as well. EU's idea is to create peace. It is a peace project, actually. It's a very complex, the structures are not very balanced, and it's a multi-polarized issue. If in the worst case scenario we're moving to a long-term war situation, what should we think about this? How is the EU peace project, how is the EU doing in this situation? How well is EU prepared for a long-term war? Right. This is an extremely important issue to discuss. I feel that after the war broke out, the EU has proven that it is capable of making quick decisions. In that sense, we are prepared. We are prepared to make quick, effective decisions. We have also proven that we can make decisions about military support, about economical support. I feel it's important that also in long-term EU is able to provide support and not just 1 year at a time. Instead, we need to look further into the future and plan the support. And we also need to consider Ukraine's possible EU membership, and I believe that Finland and Sweden can provide a lot of assistance to Ukraine to renew and update their systems. And of course, we are also welcoming refugees from the Ukraine. We do have preparedness. We are prepared. In my opinion, EU is a good thing anyway. We're able to make long-term decisions.
Indeed, we are able to develop through crisis. So one could say we need more crisis in order to develop. But of course, on the other hand, we have different opportunities here as well. I talked with Jutta Urpilainen yesterday, and also Mr. Stubb said that after the financial crisis, it took a while before we reacted. Also after the Crimean War, a few weeks' time, and then there was reaction. Now with the Ukrainian crisis, we reacted within few days. So yes, certainly there were some difficulties related to that. That is true, but we did learn our lessons. We have understood that we are able to react in any crisis. And this is important, and it's also good to remember for any future crisis. I do hope that we will not face another war, but despite of the fact what kind of crisis we have ahead of us, there's still confidence. We trust and rely that it is together that we are able to operate, and we have common interests as well. At the same time, certainly there are other things that are mentioned, and we are just about to have a wake-up call. We talk about internal markets, we talk about military and defense-related projects. And on the other hand, you can't just talk about the internal markets in that regard. There are certain countries that pay more tens of percents more than they need to pay. There is an idea of protectionism as well. Germans want to buy German products and French products. So in that regard, we shall be losers. We always lose tens and tens of percentages in Finland compared to what we could have. I was involved in these discussions where we talked about the Leopard tanks being shipped to Ukraine. And we saw that there are 2,000 of them around Europe, but only a few hundred of them could be sent tomorrow to Ukraine. So we do have the level to be ready for a crisis, but we are not yet fully ready. We don't have the line of thinking in place that we shall react extremely quickly. Well, I personally think that at the beginning of the pandemic, the EU did not show the best of its abilities. People were only reflecting their own situation. But it was rather quickly after where we started having joint purchases. So there was a turning point And I fully agree with you that Finland and Sweden need to do much work, perhaps sometimes against other countries who are more protectionist than we are. But still, there is a turn here, as I said. We are going towards a more transparent, open Europe. One can say that the pandemic showed to us two different things. First of all, it showed to us that if you think of Sweden here as an example, despite of the fact that we are a sovereign state, we are all international at the same time. And furthermore, you cannot solve things within just one country if you have a problem. EU is this structure where you have countries together. It is unique only or also from the historic perspective. But we have to also reflect, are we ready to wage a war? Well, it is hard to say, and I do hope that we will never ever face a situation where we have to reflect that question in real terms. In Finland, as we had a discussion concerning NATO, I think we relied on the EU even too much. We thought that EU will be defending us, and then we're able to avoid any discussion related to NATO. But little by little, we have all seen that all countries want to join NATO. So we, of course, need to think of our readiness in a situation of crisis, common production and readiness at the general level, that we have contingency plans and also decision-making process that is a quick one. But I would say that it is a decision to be made by the EU. We have also taken up the principle of rule of law in the past already. There are certain countries perhaps don't have the same line of thinking on that question. Therefore, I would say it's good to do as what Petteri Orpo said, that we have majority decision-making on foreign policy, on defense policy. So these global questions, we must indeed be more straightforward in our decision-making process. If you think about this question, and President Macron had held a speech, and every time there is a council meeting, there are conclusions made, and we always say we support Ukraine as long as it takes. And this is repeated all the time. And indeed, my opinion is that we are ready. We do have this long perspective in our work, and we are not perhaps too worried. That was also something we saw during the Swedish presidency. We spoke about the same topics. But on the other hand, this will cost money for all of the member states, but still we are able to make progress. There was also discussion on the level of the objectives set throughout the last 6 months or so. And from now on, we just need to work hard in order to get results. Okay, now it is working. As I have a look at the Toledo initiative myself, is there a long-term perspective there, really? Is it true that we are able to continue to support Ukraine? Is there this long-term perspective? And can we really financially do it and also fulfill all the promises? This was taken up in Toledo meeting. And I don't know what is the initiative you're referring to, but I remember the Toledo discussions. It was about a support package or packages. And the European Union is great because you have all of these acronyms. And I don't know by heart myself all of the acronyms, abbreviations myself either. But still, I would say that we have a lot of defense industry in Sweden. Therefore, we do have an interest in all this. And on the other hand, the council meetings, FAC meetings, and there you can see that the European Union is uniform. We can't do this alone. We have to do things together with Canada, USA, and Japan. It is very important to do things together. I personally think that the meetings where I have been involved myself, and during those meetings I have noticed that we are unanimous about continuing the support as long as needed. And furthermore, there is a general awareness amongst the participants that this has a huge impact on the EU as a whole, meaning the outcome of the war, what it will be, so that Ukraine will be the the winner, well, that will then have consequences that we are not foreseeable for Ukraine, but also for the EU. And there's also internal discussions going on different parts of the solution to the question. And there are certain people who drew conclusions that are perhaps not the right ones in that context. So we should not do that. But if I think of the current situation, I don't think that we have any threats as for this common ground in EU. What type of peace is then something that we could approve as peace, thinking of now having a peace in the future? So what type of peace do you think we could have? Something that is realistic and that can be adopted and approved of. I know we're sinister here and it's gloomy to see anything right now, what type of peace it could be, and in particular, Russia being very aggressive right now. Do you think we are expecting something new to come, like attack, and then we have an interim peace after that? And can we trust a country where the president is just lying? Well, that is not a question today, whether you can trust Russia or not, actually. Ukraine will decide what type of peace there will be as an outcome. It is not actually to us to do it. And personally, I can't even question this current world order. If you think of the world too, and after that, the sovereignty of a country, it is respected always. You have the right to join NATO or EU, any other organization. It is a fundamental pillar to any solution in the future. But it's always up to Ukraine. It is Ukrainians who decide, and we support Ukraine. But yes, absolutely, indeed. If you think about Ukraine, they do define the outcome, the honorable, the peace they can approve of. That is the starting point. I think we all need to remind ourselves, we all say this, but Ukrainians, it is not just their own independence that they're fighting for, but it is also our security, our democracy they're fighting for at the same time. We have to keep that in mind all the time. As for these different experiences that Finland and Sweden have had now throughout the last 100 years of peace and war as well, are there some lessons to be learned from our past? I personally really want to see that Finland and Sweden will come closer to one another, and I believe there's a lot of strength that you can get from that collaboration, something additional. What do you think? These two countries are different. I'm a professor in Old Bagadim, myself in Koran again. There are great memory plates on the walls of students and staff members who lost their lives in war, and you can't see that in Ukraine. In Sweden, in Uppsala. Well, the collaboration between Finland and Sweden is very important, and the program of the government very clearly also says that. I would say more clearly than earlier governments have said that, saying that Sweden is to us the most important partner, and the next step would be that Sweden will become a member of NATO. And we feel that there should be this collaboration in place, and that this collaboration is very important to us. Furthermore, all of the Nordic countries, I believe that each and every Nordic country, including Finland, will be winners if we can create a profile for us as Nordic area, the best brand of all of them. So we have stability in the Nordics, equality, democracy in place, so forth. All those good things are prevailing here, but we need to transfer that so that we can really have a say on common matters together in this context. And in this regard, I would say we try to be greater than what we are in the EU connection. I think, yes, we are different, but yet we do have much more common ground compared to the European Union, because we have the same fundamental values, we have similar interests in place as well, thinking of competitiveness, thinking about the internal markets. So there are many questions where we share the same opinion, and we have to look at these similarities now. the NATO process, if you think of that, that actually leads to the fact that we as countries have approached each other a lot with this NATO process. Now Swedes know much more about Finland compared to the past. And I do believe that we can win something here. In addition to having more influence and more say within the EU, so internationally speaking, that has even increased, and it's better noticed because we have this common area, Nordics and the Baltic states, so we have much more importance and say in security questions as well. So I would say, yes, we have been now closer than ever. So it's not that things are so normalized, people have normalized things that now we are in NATO and EU less interesting and less unique. We have been getting the strength, as Prime Minister Orpo just said, that yes, we are now stronger than before. That is an interesting approach. Are we unique? Are we more special, more interesting when we were non-allied? Well, I would say in real life, because we see the life around us, that life shows us different things. If you think about Finland, as we became members of NATO, that opened the doors. It really opened doors. There's now interest towards making investments in Finland, increasing interest. There's an interest to hear out what Finland says about defense-related questions and on holistic approach to safety. And there are the concepts that we have been implementing for a longer term already ourselves. You may think that it's an exclusive club and there are outsiders and we are a bit special, but I would say this is better to be involved, better to be on board and have our say, and in that regard, build future. I do also feel the same. I would say Sweden joined a bit later this process, and also we heard that from Prime Minister Orpo. Presentation that their feeling was the same here. And I think there's still room for more cooperation. But my vision, after all, is that, well, let's say so, that we have to be included in Brussels before thoughts are being thought even. So it means that we have to cooperate, not just amongst the political decision makers, but as societies. The societies must also cooperate with the different partners they're in. And there we have a lot to do in the future. Finland, Sweden, all the Nordic countries, we do have much more influence in the EU policy making, but we're still considered to be a bit different. And I do fully agree with Anders here that we have to be on board to have our say instead of somebody influencing us.
På ett moment av frihandel.
The whole current economy is based on proportional benefits, trading and openness. In particular, globalization has been an integration process. But now with the war, new components have been introduced, barriers to trade and so forth. In that sense, these connections have led to a situation where economic life is politicized and trade has been politicized. What is happening? What is happening to our globalized market economy when such boycotts ensue and put in place, as well as sanctions? Very good question. Before the war, during the Trump administration, we were also preparing for a trade war. And when this war began, we noticed clearly how in the sector of energy, certain parties may try to exercise pressure. And now we notice how also food is being used in the same way. EU sanctions for Russia, which are an attempt to make Russia stop the war and from destroying the Ukrainian population. Then we have the second question, the internal markets in the long term, sustainability issues. During the COVID crisis, we opened up everything and we just we imported things as much as we could, and now it seems to be difficult to shut that down again. Energy is flowing quite freely within the Nordic area. But in Europe, there's a lot of discussion on subvented prices. If we're not able to stop this type of discussion, I believe Finland and Sweden, who have a lot of potential to gain from the green transition in an open, free markets, our factual benefits may not be realized. They may not be strong enough when we think, for example, the Germany's internal policies needs for subvention. It is vital for Finland that the internal markets are functional. We have 4 main things during our presidency of Sweden, presidency of the Council. One is competitiveness. Well, that is very important. It's a twofold thing. First of all, the internal markets, which are very important to the whole of EU. Our well-being, our welfare and well-being is based on that. Unfortunately, we haven't always focused enough on the internal markets in the EU, and there is no long-term strategic plan for the internal markets in place. However, the EU has reacted instead of doing something already in advance. The IRA Act, for example, we only reacted to it. Unfortunately, that is a bad strategy. We have to be more forward-looking. EU has been lagging behind for so many years in many different sectors, in many different situations. Now, during the Council presidency of Sweden, we created a long-term competitiveness strategy, and we try to keep that high on the agenda continuously. And we try to cooperate with other countries, not just Finland, but other countries as well who think alike when we talk about the upcoming Commission's new agenda. I feel that we kept talk about the competitiveness during our presidency all the time. I keep repeating it, but it is an important word. And it's important that we are in a position of competitiveness. The second side of this is that we need to keep trade free and open. Not all countries agree on that, and in that sense, this is a very complicated issue. However, I believe firmly that for a small country like Sweden, it's important to have free trade agreements and that we have free markets. One of those important agreements is with New Zealand, for example, but nothing is self-evident. Right, and we have to keep in mind that we need to have security of supply as well as free trade. On a national level, we have to ensure our own production, but the discussion easily centers around nice language, nice words, but we are actually talking about protectionism. Through the war, we have become aware of this, and there are some challenges we are facing here. How to hold on to the liberal values and free trade? How to do that? Okay. I would now like to turn our gaze to the BRICS countries. They are attempting to expand, and their goal is to be 40 or to have 43% of world trade. What type of challenges does that lead to in the EU? Should we be concerned? No, I don't feel we should be concerned. But like I said, the EU is behind compared to the US or China. We are actually more skillful, but we need to look and think about things in the long term. We have so many opportunities. AI, digitalization is helping us. In Finland and Sweden, we have very good companies in these sectors. The green transition, we have wonderful opportunities there. EU is top of the world, and our countries are at the top of the world in these things. There are so many opportunities, but it requires focusing on how to increase investments, R&D. There are many goals in the EU, but we have difficulties in reaching those targets, and these are part of the political agenda that the EU is working on the strategic agenda. Yes, I don't see the BRICS countries as a threat. But the question is this when this world order is being shaken up, do we have some lack of democracy, for example, in the area of trade, where we are very dependent on countries who don't share our value base and who don't function in the same way as we do? Of course, different BRICS countries have different understandings. For some countries, this is a political issue, and for some, it's purely a trade and economical question. We all grew up in times where we talked about democracy, and we believed that democracy is just going to expand and increase in the world. But now this doesn't seem to be the case. The EU is sort of the odd man out in this, on a global scale, in this situation. And there are some countries within the EU where the rule of law principle is under threat. We have tensions between the national level and the upper level. You're an attorney, so how do we deal with this? Well, of course, we all believe in the rule of law, but you are completely correct. We have noticed this development in the EU as well as elsewhere in the world. We're now, of course, thinking about 2 particular states in the EU, but there are other countries that are moving in the wrong direction. This is about our common shared values and what the Ukrainians are fighting for, that we are all allowed to be democratic and free people as we want to be. And this is about something that Anders mentioned, competitiveness. Our trade is based on the right that we have this principle, rule of law, that is followed. Media freedom, corruption, there are plenty of topics related to this. In our informal meeting, ministerial meeting in Stockholm, we also discussed these issues, these topics. We have opportunities that we can make use of in the EU, for example, how budgets, how different mechanisms and money is being used in order to reach better results. And this is an important question. Perhaps my reply is too long. But candidate countries, the situation there, and the rule of law are extremely important to us. Right. When you read titles in the media, sometimes it seems that the rule of law is under threat, is it? Well, that's why we need to defend it. This is a principal value to us. It's a key value. And when you join this wonderful club, you need to sign all of these commitments. Anders, I feel that situation is not good in all of the EU countries. The EU is an organization where we have a common responsibility to some degree. And then if you think about the legitimacy, how does the EU appear to the populated, the citizens in different places? It may feel that we have responsibility only one directionally, but that is not the case. And of course, that undermines the legitimacy and the credibility of the EU in the eyes of the citizens of the EU. And that's why it is so important that we continue our work. Right now, the process is not at its goal yet, and that has economic consequences for certain countries. So I really hope for some progress. Well, time is running, but we have, I see that we have discussed these various principles, the dialogue within the rule of law, Article 7, and we discussed these topics both with the EU member countries as well as the candidate countries. The process, application process, is very important. The EU must be prepared to accept new members, and we will spend a lot of time on this work now, this upcoming autumn and winter. Interesting. What is Anders your guess about this? Well, of course, this is something we discuss in almost every meeting that I am participating. The war in Ukraine has shown that these gray area countries somewhere between Ukraine and Russia are vulnerable, even if the EU is not a security policy organization, and EU membership does provide for some safety and security. We have these collective tools, and we feel that jointly we can progress. In addition, we have these big financial and economical questions to solve, the functionality of the internal markets, the war in Ukraine, unfortunately, is still a big topic, and it doesn't seem likely that it will end soon. Yes, we're talking about the democracy in the candidate countries. They have demands in respect to the rule of law. So it's a good thing that the EU is expanding, not just geopolitically, but economically as well. We need to keep going and continue this work. When I listen to you, I start feeling that you have the nicest ministerial positions there are. This discussion will continue, but time flies. And we have two ministers who cannot overstep the prime minister, who is in the forefront of these issues. But if I should summarize this discussion, I would say that it is so fantastic to see how well you cooperate. You're a real pair in the work setting. This is how it works between Finland and Sweden. Right, well, our country's prime ministers were putting together IKEA furniture. I'm sure you're aware of that. Big thank you for this discussion to both of you.
Oikein hyvää päivää, arvoisa yleisö.
A very good morning to all of you. This morning we discuss the green transition. Will European Union show the way? Well, we've been discussing this a lot already yesterday, and now we only have 45 minutes for our panelists, so it's quite a challenge to you. What is possible, what is not possible. My name is Tuuli Kaskinen. I'm the CEO of Climate Leadership Coalition. It's a network with Nordic cities, universities and other stakeholders. Climate change is a serious problem and challenge. We have to find solutions, but it's also a business opportunity. So these are the perspectives into today's theme. We have 3 MEPs here. Sirpa Pietikäinen, welcome. Elsi Katainen, welcome. Ville Niinistö, welcome. Well, you are from Turku, aren't you? So you have a certain benefit being here in your home area. And then Ismo Ulvila, the communication manager of EC liaison, Commission representation in Finland. And the organizers are EP liaison office in Finland and Commission representation in Finland. So the topic of this discussion is whether the European Union can continue showing the way. Being a leader and showing the way, it requires a lot of capabilities and independence and capacity and autonomy to lead the way. Do we have autonomy and strategic autonomy in Europe to do what we want? Let's give the floor first to the only Turku-born person here. Ville, do you think that the European Union has the capacity to act in an autonomous way and in a determined way? Well, I like the word showing the way. So this nicely boils down to green transition and all the requirements related to it, and it shows the way where we are heading to. And we have to show the way in Europe. Also because our values in the world, human rights, democracy, rule of law, they are all threatened at the moment due to Russia's war in Ukraine, and the rules-based world order is at risk. Of course, we have to help Ukraine in a military way and make sure that Ukraine can protect its sovereignty. And also economically, we need to do everything we can to make Europe more competitive, to do well in competition with other countries. And then, of course, international partnerships, China, US. Well, it's a love-hate relationship with many non-EU countries. And we also have to have a very long-term perspective. We've had tremendous heat waves this year, forest fires in Canada and elsewhere. So we are living very uncertain times. Climate-wise. So it's not only climate change, but also diversity loss, and they also closely relate to security policy. We have to build an economy that is crisis resilient when we are fighting for raw materials and adapting to climate change. Do you think we can do it? Yes, well, we can be pioneers showing the way. If we don't do it, then we are lagging behind. We follow the others, and this is not a possibility. We have to protect our values, and in order to do this, we need collaboration and all this discussion recently that we should protect our own interests and turn our eyes inwards. Well, this is not the right way to do it. So force is the best driver here, is it? Elsi Katainen, what do you think? What is the capacity of Europe? Well, European capacity is high. I believe that we continue on this road. We've shown already in many other fields that we are capable of doing many things. We have stayed united despite the fact that one of the biggest countries in the world has done everything to destroy Europe, but quite the contrary has happened. Well, similarly, in green transition, I believe that Europe can show the way also in the future, because there's not that much opposition anymore. Everybody understands that we have to follow this road, and this gives us new opportunities globally. So we understand now very comprehensively that green transition is a must to our competitiveness, and we have to fight for it, not only in Europe but also in global communities. So we have companies that are very able, we have leadership, we have innovations and so on. So we are well on that road, and our targets are well defined, and others cannot do better in this context. Thank you, Elsi Katainen. Sirpa Pietikäinen, what do you think about critical raw materials? There are not enough critical raw materials and their production in Europe, and last winter showed that we are very dependent on foreign energy sources, although we are now well prepared for the upcoming winter. So how would you compare our capabilities to our resources, including natural resources? My answer to the first question first. Thinking about winter war, if we had thought about it on our coaches that, well, Russia's too big, we cannot really do it, let's stay at home. Think about what the end result would have been. We have to get up and work and fight. And thinking about the other option, the total destruction of the earth in a few decades. So there's no option really. There's no option really. All options are worse than doing something quickly and efficiently. So force is our driver here. But it's just human reasoning that says that we have to try our best. And then what is the worst thing we can do? Well, being complacent and thinking about, okay, well, we are well on track. We have Fit for 55 program. We are very efficient and we are number one. So let's not be complacent. Let's think about the requirement level today. Well, my husband runs marathons, and I've been thinking, what if I started running? I've been thinking about it on my living room couch, but I haven't turned words into action yet. And of course, it's possible that I do something wrong. I break my ankle, for example. Well, maybe I need a personal trainer who can coach me to run marathon in 3 years. And well, in climate change, we can employ somebody to tell us what to do to combat climate change in 15 years and achieve climate neutrality. So we have to think long term. What are the different scenarios? And then, of course, there are many means and measures to be taken on the way towards objective. If I want to run the marathon, I have to go to the gym, I have to eat healthy food and go running every day and so on. So let's not be complacent. That is the worst thing to do. It gives us a false picture that, okay, we are doing well, there's nothing to worry about, and let's wait for the others. We have to show the way. And and if we have to do everything we can, and if that is not enough, we have to do even more. We need a paradigm shift here. And think about our economic system altogether. How could it be changed? Lease economy and other options. So energy efficiency, resource efficiency. We have to proceed coherently in small steps, and then on the way we will develop new business opportunities as well. And it is very stupid now that we still give support to fossil fuels. On the other hand, it's difficult to move towards a green economy without fossil fuels altogether. Well, I could talk for hours on this. So, well, let's conclude. We know what the challenge is. We have the technologies, we have means, we need sustainable funding and so on. Now it's up to citizens and companies and politicians. Companies are often very well advanced, while we politicians are lagging behind very often. Now it's up to us. And can we do this tremendous change? It's a radical change, but we do not have time to wait. If we start doing things now, it's not too late. Think about the world without mobile phones, for example. There have been massive changes recently in the world, and this is for a better quality of life, not worse. Well, I started in my role 18 months ago, and then I discussed this with many stakeholders, and I asked them, what do you think about this target of 2035? And everybody agreed that it is a very important target. Of course, our network consists of stakeholders who are very aware of climate change, and this is Finland, of course. So what is important is what happens in the European Union. So we have to think big. So I think we share the same goals. We understand what has to be done. Ismo Ulvila, please tell us more. What is meant by strategic autonomy? What does it mean to Europe?
Itse asiassa katsannolla 5 vuoden.
Well, I could begin by looking back 5 years, what was done then. It impacts what we are doing today, and then I go to strategic autonomy. Because in 2018, the Commission published a communication, Clean Planet for All. And there, for the first time, we saw the EU 2050 carbon neutrality objective with 8 pathways. And this was before the von der Leyen Commission started. I was also involved here, and we should take note here that all the proposals that we've seen during this mandate that cover this societal paradigm were already there in that communication from 2018 for transport, green transition, carbon sinks, etc. So I think it's important to see that we are doing this marathon now, referred to by Sirpa, so that we make sure that we're going in the right direction. Another thing here is that since we know the direction now, it's also important to see, as we heard yesterday, it's not just the movement, but it's also the goal, according to Mauno Koivisto. So we have binding legislation in the EU. Finland has been there adopting it, and 2050 objective is in the legislation. It's binding. And next spring, the Commission has to then make a draft on what that means in terms of climate objectives. And this document is now being drafted. And of course, we do have an inclination on what the science is talking about. And the EU's climate panel and expert group, they recommended a target of minus 90%. At the moment, we are talking about minus 55%. So we have to keep the big picture in mind all the time. That's less than one investment cycle. And so that we really understand the challenges, we have to calculate back what we should have done by today. And then thirdly, your question, Tuuli, strategic autonomy. What does it mean? Well, I think that 10, 15 years ago when we were doing this climate politics, it was rather based on this silo thinking. We handle emissions trading and get it going. But today we are looking at the big picture, big themes. We have seen what the energy policy and environment policy impact has been in this present crisis, when Russia also tried to threaten us with the energy, think of what would have happened if we had not done these clean investments and all the other efforts. So our room for maneuver would have been much smaller. And another thing in the 2018 communication, it's very clear that when we talk about the EU resilience and everything that we need in order to apply the green transition, we need steering for investments. And from the Commission, we received this raw material proposal this spring and also the net zero proposal in order to launch clean investments. Also, as has been stated already, we have to be very vigilant. For instance, if mining operations and licensing, which is under national competency, it has to be watertight and environment neutral. So that on the other hand we enhance climate policy and then on the other hand we create environmental damages. Not watertight but environmentally tight, says Ville Niinistö. Well, how I see this is that strategic autonomy means that we look at on a long term the deep societal structures. We are not trying to create boundaries. We are not trying to isolate ourselves, but we try to use trade partnerships in a more versatile manner. We expand our value chains and raw material chains and cover new partners. We bring in more value chain capacity into the EU and sustainable production, sustainable industry, circular economy, which certainly will produce more proposals in the future. Thank you very much for this description. Now, this love-hate relationship with the US, I think they surprised perhaps themselves, but they surprised us with the package they announced last year, reduction package on emissions. Well, it's very challenging. We here in Europe talk about level playing field and the price of carbon for everybody. My own organization, the Finnish companies, have requested for a Nordic carbon pricing, but now the IRA Act is giving a lot of support for the carbon pricing and thus challenging Europe in a way how we support companies here. So this challenges Europe and individual countries, Finland included. Even if we took a slice from the GDP, we couldn't achieve the same level as they do. So this love-hate relationship with the US, how can we survive? Ville Niinistö. Well, it's good news that the Biden administration has now announced the US to be very active in fighting against climate change, and they're very active in this. So the economy reform is going on. Earlier it was dependent on the individual states. Some of them did some things, some of them nothing. So this Inflation Reduction Act is an investment package in order to promote low emission solutions, and fossil fuels are also then curbed down. Well, since politically they cannot agree on emissions trading in the Senate or in the Congress, so this is the way they choose. And Europe chooses the way that we have given as member states for the EU to create common rules. We have a problem with the fact that in Finland it's always very popular to say that we are not giving any money to the EU because it's money away from us. So since we have this kind of discussion going on and the US budget from GDP is 20-fold compared to the EU, so therefore it's clear that they invest in other things. EU inputs is now never on the same level as the US, so we have to guarantee that our funding is going into research, product development, in clean investments. So the best thing, so we have to invest through EU to have more funding so that companies and industry can do more. So now that we look at the national state possibilities to support industry through state aid, but it's important to focus on environmental innovations. So, totally, so that not just Germany and France do their own thing, but we do this together. Easing state aid rules is important, but we have to find also joint funding from the EU. Well, perhaps for me, one thing which is very clear, 20 years I've been involved in environmental politics, and now I talk about environmental politics, but it's also linked to geopolitics, security, safety, defense. If you're a big company director or a small company director, it's not only the EU which is leading activities here towards clean technologies, but the companies say that we want to safely invest our money so that within a 20-year span they are safe and also in clean investments. We are talking about this investment cycle of 20-30 years, and emission-free investments are key. So in addition to regulation, we also have to think how EU can deal with the pressure coming from the investor side.
Employers Finland is collecting a database or window for green investments, and I've seen that 140 billion is the potential money coming to Finland. Well, everything will not be realized maybe, but it means that there are tremendous opportunities. So investments in Finland will absolutely grow from the past, and especially to green transition investment. So it's about an industrial transition. About the United States, Sirpa, please. Well, I wouldn't be that dramatic. Well, sometimes you have to be realistic and use old technologies like cutting bread with a knife. And then legislation is very important, as Ville said, and looking at our side, it's very good that things are moving forward and US is following suit. And then it's a good thing that all countries understand the situation, that we are all in the same boat. If other countries were not involved, it would be much more difficult. And do no significant harm is one of our key principles. Also, no state aid should be used, and also we have to maintain budget stability. So no budget money should be allocated to projects that harm the environment. So these are the sidetracks I wanted to present, because they are as important as anything else. So in Turku there are some sidetracks as well, but well, I'm not going into details. The mining boom, for example, is one of these sidetracks. Solid state batteries. So natrium-based batteries, they are already on the market in China. If we dig the entire Finland for mining lithium for cheap price to go to cheap car production, this is a huge environmental harm if we do not follow the development closely. So let's be careful with these side tracks and think carefully where the development is heading to. So we need to have changes in renewable energies, servitization and circular economy. Well, indeed, and well, Nordic companies also are worried whether they get EU funding to investments where they are needed. Well, US does it very easily. Money comes directly to your account, so there are some funds available, but how do we make sure that the money ends up in the right address? And of course, taxation policy is very different in Europe, and of course, EU monies cannot be distributed to all directions. And bureaucracy, some degree of bureaucracy is needed, of course. And bureaucracy sometimes means that funding comes too late. Elsie. Well, about USA, well, it's very important to show example on a global scale. It is very important, and of course, they also do concrete things, a bit different from us in Europe. And well, the US has traditionally been quite inward-looking, and that is a threat for us and for other countries as well, but also challenges us that we also want to follow. I wish we had similar regulatory framework everywhere in the world. It would be most or easiest way to proceed, of course. Well, common regulation in Europe is key to us, and it has to be sustainable as well. And well, mining minerals. That is a hot potato in Europe. We need a lot of these critical raw materials for batteries. It's a very good thing that we have a lot of battery industries in Finland, for example. And we have to be very careful with authorizations, how much we are willing to give in terms of authorizations to establish new mines everywhere in Finland. And well, agriculture is another thing, and forestry. So we have to think what all these investments do to Finnish nature and soil. Well, the State Research Institute yesterday published a paper on this. Well, it's a bit too late. Well, that is quite difficult indeed. Well, think about the authorizing bodies. You have an application from a brand new battery plant, and it's difficult to understand whether authorization should be given. Well, there are some new sources for batteries, battery materials like lignin from wood, but of course woods are now especially protected. Well, Ismo, Europe is of course a superstate for regulation, and we keep talking about Brussels effect. If somebody wants to come to the Finnish market, it has to take European regulation into account. So we have to be very careful with new industries and technologies. Well, we are a resource-poor continent in Europe, and situations are similar in many member states. And the only competitiveness for us is to be at the top in innovativeness and technologies. We cannot compete in bulk industries, and we cannot follow others. We have to be first. And well, competitiveness is key here, and our policies have to be sustainable industries, sustainable innovations, and these will be further emphasized in the future. About funding, well, funding is not the only silver bullet here, and there are other factors in building Europe's competitiveness. On the other hand, we are the only continent that has guidelines for sustainable funding and how to make funding more sustainable. Well, this comes directly from the Paris Agreement, and we have been forerunners here. All funding has to be sustainable in nature by 2050. Well, approximately 20% of investments come from the public sector and 80% from the private sector. Well, 70% of private investments go to unsustainable targets. Well, we have one country, Japan, that can be compared to Europe, also a resource-poor country. It renewed its industry in the 80s and 90s already, heading towards energy efficiency and high level of expertise. And although they have little raw materials, they chose other priorities. And Europe has to be front runner in this as well. We bring in more than half of the raw materials we need. We need to increase our autonomy. We always buy raw materials, and most of it is still fossil-based fuels. And fossil fuels come from dictatorships in many situations. And look, thinking of Qatar and World Cup, how much money was used for their own propaganda. And if we buy more oil from Qatar and similar countries, we also give them indirect support. So we have to invest in clean technologies, clean energies, and circular economy. This makes us less dependent on Putin and Arab states. There's one big problem, and that is that many people think that this is greenwashing, that we just change the fuel and then everything is done. And then, of course, we end up with this mining industry problems. So it's not only nature crisis, it's climate crisis, so we cannot just bring the problem elsewhere. So in the core of all our actions, there has to be a respect for the entire ecosystem and a circular economy-based mindset. We need forestry in Finland, but forestry industries must raise its value. Pulp cannot be the main product anymore. The value has to be increased, and politicians know it. And we have to be front runner instead of lagging behind, because this is the way to higher competitiveness and better economic growth. If we always look for easier solutions, okay, let's establish more mines and let's forget about the Natura 2000 regulations and so on. We have to be very careful. One of our strengths is water management expertise, and that was a result of more environmental regulation. So regulation also leads to better new applications and innovations. So environmental protection is also a business opportunity for industry.
Michael Porter, a business economist, has talked about this tightening regulation brings competition benefit for companies in those places, and we have to show that this is so. There is a lot of evidence for this, but some question this as well, and now is the moment where we really have to show that this is how things work. And in many situations where batteries can also be developed, and they might not always be based on raw materials that are used now. The same goes for solar panels. Most of them are produced now in China. And there are green industries that Europe has lost. They have gone elsewhere. So now we have to make sure that we are able to take care of environmental challenges that they bring about, but also keep industries here. So we have 10 minutes left. 2024 to 2029 period, competitiveness, economic potential, trade potential, but we have the emissions challenges cumulatively. Each year the less we can produce emissions every year, then the challenge diminishes. After 2025, Europe will go to the negative side, and actually we have to dive quite deep down after 2050 so that we can take out CO2 from the atmosphere so that we achieve what we want. And when you look at the curve, it means that times will be very tough. This is by no means over. And then the new technology, carbon sequestration, and how we make use of that. This is what we need to do. 2040 objective minus 90%. Any comments on that? Elsie? Well, it is a tremendous objective. If we had done that earlier, we now wouldn't have to dive so deep. Isma, 2040 is the recommendation from the scientific panel. That's their view. It's not the view from the Commission. The work is still ongoing, and next year in the spring we will hear more about this. However, the theme itself, the risk is not the new technology, but the risk is that we get stuck on the old technology. Green Deal, green transition, that's our investment program. In the Commission, we have been modeling this for some years now to see how much more investment is necessary. We are talking about 0.8% annual extra investment needs from the EU's GNDP. Those are big sums, many zeros. But the point is that this is the investment that we are making into ourselves instead of paying someone else, like Ville said, for fossil fuels. We invest in our own production, our own know-how and integration, etc. Transition is picking up pace, and the first time last year, EU produced more electricity with renewables more than with fossil fuels and nuclear plants. So the movement is picking up pace. 10 years ago, we didn't even believe in that it would get so fast. And solar panel production and the use of them is really picking up. And Greenpeace organization was talking about this already 10 years ago. Just let me finalize on 2040. These are the targets that we have to look at already in advance, and mostly they come from investment, and then the regulators and politicians must make sure that the framework is the correct one to find incentives. So what does this need for it to come true? It needs ecological know-how, business know-how. We need to recruit people, experts. Finnish companies are recruiting all biologists who know about these things. Secondly, this needs also an attitude where the CEOs, the top administration and the employees and the economic administration who are responsible for economy are involved. A deep sea strategy has to be understood here. We do not need any fur production here, and it needs also positive lobbying. So the people who are involved, they have to go to the politicians and say, do not listen to the lobbyists who are there sitting in the back burner, in the backbench. They don't know anything. They don't have any opportunities. Let me explain to you what is our future. And if you put the brakes on, you will take our jobs away, our money away, and also tax income away. This has to be inside the politics, because at this moment, the politics in Finland is an old man who doesn't listen. For instance, in the German automotive industry, they keep using diesel fuel as long as this kills the whole population. So we really have to listen. Thank you. And now, Ville. In the European Parliament, it's interesting to operate. I'm also there responsible for research matters, and innovators come to me and ask, what can we do if politics would allow this? What can we bring to the markets if carbon prices allow this? This is much more interesting than the politics I had to do 10 years ago as the environmental minister, when the industry came to me and asked, why can't we do this? Why can't we do emissions trading? Because we are losing jobs. And this change in mentality, in attitude, has changed a lot within 10 years. But we have to remember that the politicians has the responsibility to think how we can make things better in the future. So we have to listen to those companies who are developing things, who want to change, not those companies who are afraid of change, because this will happen to us as a national economy, what happened to Nokia. And this works also in solving problems with the climate crisis. And I think that 2040 objective could be carbon neutrality, net calculation, and 100% reduction is linked to the carbon sink. 2040 or even 2035, it would be possible to have a energy system totally based on renewables and get rid of fossil fuels. And for the EU, it would be much more cheaper than if this wasn't done. But how can we then the investments going? How can we reform the structures, invest in soil use, housing, etc.? How can we do it so that people can do new decisions instead of the old ones? So all this has to be verified. Carbon markets, carbon sequestration, improvement of soil use. These are matters that have a bigger role than before, because we can do a lot here in order to link the emissions to the soil use.
Energy industry has already said -95 by 2040. Well, we've said in the Nordic countries -90 by 2040 is fine. But land use and forestry questions are very pertinent. So we have to act now. Elsi. Well, thank you. We are waiting for carbon certificate initiative from the Commission, and that is one of the most interesting things that I've seen recently. Of course, it takes years before results can be seen and functional markets have been created. And of course, we have to make sure that landowners are encouraged to act accordingly. Well, it's good that we didn't start too early with wind power, for example, 10 years ago, because with those old technologies, we would have been faced with a tremendous waste problem. So technologies will progress much faster than we can even think of, I believe. So -90 is not impossible, but technology neutrality should be key in our legislation and regulation so that we do not restrict too much involuntarily. And this is very apparent in traffic solutions, for example. Well, we have less than 2 minutes left. Papa Lübeck yesterday also approached the audience and asked the audience what are the most important things on the next Commission's agenda. And green transition, competitiveness and climate change were the three key words there. And these are the concluding words of this panel discussion as well, so it is clear. So let's go one step deeper. Final round of answers. 1, 2 or 3 things which you consider are the most important elements that should be put on the next Commission's agenda on our way to carbon neutrality by 2040 or soon after that. And at the same time maintain economic growth in Europe. So what are the top 3 or top 2 things on the Commission's agenda next autumn? Ismo. Well, thank you for this honor to start. This was a bit out of the blue question. Net zero industry, clean value chains and promoting clean investments. And then second, sustainable financing and sustainable funding and good steering to it is second. And then third, well, more integration, more integrated networks and so on, so that renewables are better integrated throughout Europe. EIB is a very big multilateral bank and it's very good in financing this. Well, Sirpa, tenfold, so we have to calculate everything by tenfold, no side tracks in circular economy, ban to fossil fuels in 10 years. This is a great boost to investments. Sustainable digitalization, a lot of opportunities and a lot of threats as well. So maybe this is even more environmentally problematic than fossil fuels, digital economy. And then, sustainable funding is very important as well. And also appropriate regulation. Elsi Katainen, I will not repeat what has already been said. I only say that citizens have to be taken on board, companies as well, not only companies, but also citizens, ordinary citizens. Yes, this has to be a just transition. Otherwise, no transition will be achieved. Well, in Finland, the wind power investments have been taken care of quite well. And citizens are interested in this. Ville? Well, my conclusion is, first of all, we have to have a comprehensive view on what are the benefits and risks to the environment. So there has to be a price for harming the environment, making sure that companies, it's profitable for companies to act in an environmentally friendly way. If they do not, it becomes very expensive. Second, transparency. Companies also expect that all public sector action is transparent. We remove fossil fuel support. We act in a fair manner on the market. So the transition has to be an open, transparent field where everybody is welcome. From the citizens' perspective, employment and equality and enabling are keywords. Dear friends, so this is a ready to-do list for you, isn't it? So, there's already one to-do list here. So we have policymakers here and decision makers here in so net zero economy, ban for fossil fuels, tenfold calculation, sustainable funding, appropriate pricing, sustainable digitalization, and all this has to be done so that people feel involved, that they feel that it's useful and needed and democratic. Thank you very much.
Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Missio valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikkel 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sajanne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Missio valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sajanne mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Missio valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa.
Oikein hyvää iltapäivää. Niin.
A very good afternoon here, all of you here in the Sigyn. Here in Sigyn venue, hall and online. We have two important topics this afternoon, and there are two topics that the Commission should take into account in its next work program. My name is Elina Ravanti. I'm the communication manager of Sitra, the Future House of Finland. Well, we've had excellent discussions on green transition here in Europe Forum in Turku. Who has followed one discussion? Quite a few. What about you who have followed two? Very good. Three. Okay, some veterans in the room. Well, I have a very good promise to you, because in this discussion we adopt a different perspective. Our perspective is the meaning of nature and the meaning of data to the European economy. The European Green Deal program has, of course, the objective of carbon neutrality by 2050, but also another objective, which is decoupling economic growth from increased use of natural resources. And then we have data, which is the fastest growing raw material in the world. We need clear rules for its use, and the EU plays a major role here. Now we have some panelists here. First of all, Jyrki Katainen, former Commission Vice President here. He also used to work for Sitra. Then we have some company representatives, Niina Elomaa, Sustainability Director of S Group, and then climate influencer and alliance expert Sara Nyman, and Kristo Lehtonen from Sitra, the leader of Fair Data Economy. We also include you, the audience, in this discussion. You can send your questions online. I hope and know that you have a lot of questions to this important topic, so you can enrich this discussion by submitting your own questions. Well, first of all, I'd like to invite Jyrki Katainen, Niina Elomaa and Sara Nyman here. Welcome.
Tulkaa vaan tänne keskelle.
Welcome a bit closer, thank you, so we can see you better. Well, first of all, the nature perspective. We have heard a lot of talk about climate, and the Commission has already paid a lot of attention to it. Nature perspective, however, has still remained in shadows, despite the objectives of the Green Deal. Jyrki, why the next Commission and us should be interested in nature? Well, the answer is very clear. Looking at the economic production cycles, everything starts from the nature. And then secondly, well, for years now, we have consumed more natural resources than compared to the renewal rate of natural resources, and everybody understands what the end result will be. Well, we still have some natural resources, of course, but we are already experiencing biodiversity loss, and it has clear consequences on human life and balance of economy. If soil is eroded, it doesn't absorb water, floods are the consequence, also droughts, and if these phenomena happen, then people and animals cannot get food. Well, traditionally, we have established protection areas. It is, of course, very important, and we need maybe more protection areas, but this is not enough. And therefore, we at Sitra, for example, we have been looking for market mechanisms to prevent diversity loss. Without market mechanisms, we cannot prevent biodiversity loss. So nature enthusiasts and market enthusiasts must work together here. We already have some good measures. We have limitations to car emissions and so on. So the market already produces good solutions, and this thinking has to be adopted also in tackling biodiversity loss. Sara, you've been active in nature matters for a long time. Last year you were the vice chair of of Nature Affairs, and you were also the youth delegate of the Nordic Council of Ministers in Montreal in the nature meeting. So what surprised you in that meeting? Well, the biggest surprise, well, it was a bit expected, but still I was a bit shocked that all the discussions and everything that was discussed, it was old matters. So all the climate matters were discussed again and again, and we had already heard all these opinions years ago. So now it's time to move forward, and now it's time to correct the mistakes that we have made in the past in terms of nature policy. So nature and climate belong together. We cannot separate these two concepts. So climate and nature go hand in hand. And then, of course, well, on a more positive note, this is just one example of a crisis that needs cooperation. We have to act together. Nina, well, you are involved in the S Group, a very important trade company in Finland. So companies are nowadays active in climate work. How do you see the importance of nature to your work and to economic activities in general? Well, Sara and Jyrki already took the words out of my mouth. Well, of course, many companies have already thought about climate issues for a long time. Well, I also went to Montreal, and I understood that biodiversity loss is now a hot topic, and companies used very clear speech in stating that something has to be done now. And as Jyrki said, we are very dependent on nature. Well, everything is produced by nature in the end, and all businesses and economic activities turn around nature. If we lose nature, we'll be in deep trouble. And we've seen already some consequences thinking about food prices, vegetable prices. So the consequences are already visible. And the good thing is that there's a strong common will, and everybody understands that we have to do something in order to protect future business as well. So we companies now thinking about the protection target, it's 30%, and the 70% that is left out of protected areas, well, we are there as companies, so we have to be active there as well. So protection is not the only solution, it's just part of it. Well, you represent a very big company, so what do you expect from the next commission and its work program? Well, working with climate issues, I've seen, and also in tackling biodiversity loss, a very important thing is that solutions have to be found together. A single company has very limited means of doing climate work on its own. We have to work throughout the entire value chain. If you go back in value chains, we end up in developing countries, and water management and waste management, for example, are important matters. And we need data to be used in all this work. Well, regulation is also one of the key issues. Sara, what do you expect from the next Commission program from nature perspective? Well, I hope that all statements, all promises in that program somehow relate to nature. That everything that will be said in that program is done according to nature protection policy, that nature critical measures are taken on board and they will be progressed. And also Finland has to make sure that this process is very open and citizens should be able to participate as well. And it's very important also from the point of view of acceptance, that people accept and understand the program better if they've been involved in the preparatory phases. So I hope the future program will be like that citizens can have their say and also in that way accept the program better. And nature and climate should always stay in the forefront. Many people cherish nature and climate very much.
Pitäisi ottaa huomioon.
Jyrki, you have always emphasized that nature should be taken into account in all decisions that are made. Perhaps we look at a slide now and go to concrete matters. What we mean when we say that the value of nature should be taken into account also in economic decision making. Tree. Normally we know that tree is used as raw material. There are some people here who know what the price of logs or fiber food is. Wood produces value in many other ways. It does carbon sequestration, it produces oxygen, it prevents soil erosion with their roots, for instance, it produces food, trees and mushrooms. Mushrooms are very topical at the moment. Woods regulate also local microclimates. They cool down climate in the cities. Some cities have planted hundreds of thousands of trees because they help people in the cities to survive in the cities and also reduce their cost of air conditioning. And also the resilience. Natural biodiversity is important. It increases resilience to shocks. Also nutrition and protection to other species, and also the health impact. We a lot talk about the mental health impact in Finland, and also trees and forests can prevent physical illnesses as well. Jyrki, so here we have some examples on where we could calculate prices. What about other practical examples? How could we follow this value of nature? One example is the SEEA, the System of Environmental Economic Accounting. In Finland, we know now that what type of economic values are linked to nature in Finland. And when we use this value, we exploit nature, we know what it does to the value, then we know how to compensate this loss so that it doesn't disappear altogether. And when we have this information, we can start creating markets. There are companies now that are changing their business models and their acquisition models in order to reward, but they don't get any rewards for this. And those competitors who are not taking this into account, they are free riders and in a more beneficial position. I'm not saying that taxpayers should pay any euro for this type of activity if the company does the right thing, but we need the markets with the right pricing so that these companies who do the right thing benefit from this. The same as in climate change. We have emissions trading where carbon is the target of this trading. So we have to move this to the nature side as well. And then another thing which is linked to the EU and the development of the single markets. Sitra is perhaps the first body in Finland which has published the objectives linked to the next Commission's work program. And there we talk about the single markets for circular economy, which has to be deepened. And this is the regulation of markets, creating growth in the markets on a sustainable level. So we reuse nature's resources that we have already used before instead of digging for more new ones. So 90% of the natural resources should be reused, otherwise they will finish. And then another thing, how do we measure? How do these operators measure what they do? Price is one indicator. What about something else? It's often said that, yes, of course, we can measure emissions because we have a joint measuring systems, but for nature we do not have this. S-Group, together with Jyväskylä University, have been developing this kind of measurement application. How is this pilot going? This nature footprint that we are trying to measure is there. We can measure it, and that's the good message. In this project, it's a 5-year project, and there we are at the stage now. What is the nature footprint? How we create it by our operations in the business. And now we have more and more deeper information on what is caused by different types of products, different type of food, how all these raw materials that are imported from different parts of the world have an impact on this nature footprint, and how we can then diminish the footprint. What action has to be taken? This is very interesting and important because in order for us to set objectives, we need a measurement system. And I'm happy that our CEO also emphasized this in his quarterly review. So the strategic will is there in the company. And I want to say that this is feasible. It's not a perfect system, but we have to start from somewhere, and then we can improve things, and then we are wiser. It's very valuable. And it's also valuable to notice that economic thinkers have taken up this idea, and in the finance ministry and in the Bank of Finland, there are many ideas on what the value of nature is as the basis of the whole economy. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Sara and Nina to take a seat, and with Jyrki and Kristo Lehtonen, Fair Data Economy team leader from Sitra. You have worked as a startup businessman, and also you were lobbying for Nokia in Brussels earlier, and now you lead this team in Sitra. Fair data. Why is this important for the success? Data is the most important raw material in economy, and we can say that when you combine data and artificial intelligence in order to analyze the data, so this is the biggest breakthrough in 100 years in economy. It's a basis for better services and competitiveness, and the EU has a historical role in this. The present Commission did something unseen. First time in its history, it started to create rules for the fair use of data, because the big data and digital companies, their interests have been too heavy so far, so we need rules here. In Turku, we have discussed a lot about strategic autonomy. It's a large concept. It started with the defense policy, and now it has spread to other policy areas. Data, how can it help the EU in terms of strategic autonomy? Well, I'm sure that this has been said many times in the panels. Exploiting data is very central here. We shouldn't be too dependent on third countries and their technologies and their rules, i.e., as Kristo already said, data is the fastest increasing raw material, and when raw material is expanding, increasing, then it will be commercialized. And we have to think of what the prices are, what are the rules. And China is a frontrunner in regulating data. We do not want to go to that direction because their data always goes to the state. We do not want that. In Europe, we think that we have companies, different sizes of companies, and then there are also interests of individuals. And the Americans are now looking a bit what is going on. So we are looking at this in a way that how can we fairly utilize the data, how the companies can fairly utilize all this data. So I think that eventually we will end with a global set of rules with the Americans as well. We shouldn't be too dependent on other technologies, other countries, and other rules from other countries. We need to have a market regulation based on values in this as well.
Yksityiskohtaisemmin, että minkälaiset
Krista, could you elaborate a little bit on what are the issues where EU has to be especially strong? Okay, in terms of autonomy, right. Well, artificial intelligence is very important, and other areas are quantum technology, high performance computing, space technologies, 6G, next generation networks, and digital green transition and so on. Well, AI is a good example. Well, many of us have used ChatGPT application lately. Well, it is very impressive indeed, even speaks Finnish and produces text in Finnish. But talking about strategic autonomy, related to AI, we cannot end up in a situation where we are dependent on Microsoft OpenAI and Google, two US tech giants. Especially here in Finland, we are a small language area. We have to protect our own interests and own area, own language area. We have no control over as to how ChatGPT type applications are produced, what is the ethical rules and so on. So we have to have a national performance and competence here. Open source code are critical here so that we can produce own services and applications for different purposes. So this is strategic autonomy related to AI. Well, recently you've had many discussions in Brussels in preparing Commission's next work program. So what have you heard? Well, a couple of themes which have been very central. I anticipate that these will be included in it. First of all, strategic autonomy is one of Commission's priorities, clearly. And second, the present data strategy has now been drafted and its implementation is on the next agenda. Well, the next Commission has to create some new terminologies and some new twist will be created, but still European data strategy will be implemented. And then third, some central areas which are related to European internal market, European competitiveness, and there some priorities will be found. And as I've discussed these with Commission experts, I've been very delighted to hear that we Finns are listened to. And some of the Commission experts said to me that Finland comes first and then the Netherlands. So we are listened to in Europe in terms of data economy. Elina, today is a very special day because today the EU Digital Services Act has entered into force. And this means, for example, that tech giants, which are mostly Americans, have to follow European rules, i.e. algorithms must be open and there must be a contact person if somebody has hijacked your account, for example. The concerned individual has to be able to contact somebody. And then also there will be a network of trusted informaticians that take away unwanted content from these applications. Okay, well, we are talking about two topics here, and both of them have been very difficult in the past, that many people have said that, well, there's nothing to be done, it's impossible, it's too difficult, and so on. Do you remember when mobile phones arrived to Europe, that you cannot call from one network to another and you cannot keep your number if you switch your operator and so on, and now everything is different. And for example, water use in the 80s, it was said that we can never produce white paper, for example, and this problem was solved as well. So so maybe these problems will be solved as well. And now let's move on. Well, you brought your input to our discussion themes, nature and data, and all of you mentioned regulation, so it is one of the cornerstones in these entities. Well, Nina, you work in consumer business, and consumers have a lot of power. What about consumers? Is consumer power enough in big issues like nature? Well, consumer power proceeds quite slowly. Human behavior changes very slowly, and therefore it's not enough. So appropriate regulation is important. And another important thing is also that we operate on free markets in competition, so level playing field is often required. Consumers are concerned, but the development may be too slow if we only trust consumer behavior to make changes. Well, my opinion is that also trade companies and wholesale and retail companies are very key players here. We have responsibility in offering certain products, but of course the consumer makes the final choice of what he buys. So appropriate and reasonable regulation is very important to create a level playing field and making sure that things progress at a certain pace. Sara, you're an influencer and active in society. So how do you see citizens' role here? Well, I think citizens' role here is very important. Well, thinking of parliamentary elections in the past, so civil society has played an important role in terms of the topics or themes being discussed in political debates. So citizens have a major role here in deciding what are the themes and topics on the agenda. Then in concrete terms, well, as Nina said, consumer behavior changes slowly, so we cannot just wait what people or consumers do. Consumers are not ideal, of course, and therefore we cannot rely on consumer behavior changes alone. People often tend to choose nature-friendly products, but not always, so we cannot rely on consumer behavior only, and therefore the role of regulation is very important as well. Well, data perspective and nature perspective or climate perspective, they are all intertwined in what we call a green digital transition. So using data can speed up this transition, that all activities move towards more environmentally friendly direction. And for example, textile industry and technology industry have promoted a digital product passport for the market. What do you think of this? Well, digital product passport was one idea in the circular economy package of the European Green Deal. And that is a new application where all relevant data is collected to the same place. Textile industry is a concrete example of how to collect this relevant data. Let's say you prepare a t-shirt and then fibers come from one source and then other materials come from different sources, and then looking at the activities of all these suppliers that matter in the value chain of that product. And then when we want to calculate, for example, the carbon footprint of that product or other relevant information, it is technically possible with the digital product passport. The European Union is very interested in this. And another concrete example is the new rule in the EU making it mandatory to recycle battery materials. We all know that battery materials are scarce and therefore they have to be circulated. A Chinese operator own battery raw material mines in Congo, for example, and there are important plants in Finland as well, and therefore Europe has made it mandatory to recycle all these rare earth materials because they do not get old, and this is something that has to be regulated on the market. In 2026 there will be a battery passport introduced, and that means that we know exactly where all the batteries are in Europe, and therefore we can control their recycling better.
Nina, yes, also regulation linked to sustainability that we get a lot from the EU, and one central point here is the mobility of data in that chain, and the product passport describes this. We have the deforestation regulation and due diligence regulation coming up. So if we think about transport within our business, we have to really apply these so that we can tackle these problems. We have a lot of products on our shelves, and it's important that the data flow is unified. It has to be unified. Otherwise, we are in problems. And this is something that we really have to take into account in regulation. The data has to flow. Otherwise, we cannot manage it properly. And now I will turn to the audience. Well, just one more question before that. Quite concretely, what type of new businesses are we talking about on the basis of nature? What is possible to create? What could be this new nature business like? If I start, I think that a good starting point is that the business that we are doing now, or the products that are sold now, that are consumed now, they can be produced in many different ways, either in a way that the nature suffers, it becomes weaker, or in a way that nature benefits from this and becomes stronger. So there are many different ways to do that. It's just a question of whether it's economically profitable and whether consumers are interested. Let's talk about a new kind of business. Pasteurizing, it's a new type of business, so city doesn't need to spend money on mowing grass, and these pastures are developed in many countries. This is a bigger business than oil business in terms of GDP. And then green roofs, for instance, and other types of things. So I think this field of green landscaping is growing. It's not rocket science, we need the markets, and this is what we have to develop. Nina, when I look at this from the consumer's perspective, of course, on the shop floor, we see that new products are wanted from us, and that's what we sell. But perhaps as a shop, Prisma, one day a supermarket will sell recycled clothes. Sokos in Tampere is looking into this. It's already doing this. It's circular economy services we are talking about. This is a possibility for us. We have to do something to this overconsumption and see this as an opportunity. Kristo. And then when we look at the businesses that are possible within the green digital transition, Finland has a lot of possibilities with the energy transition, hydrogen economy, 148 billion is the total investment only in this one field. And then link to this so that it's feasible within green transition and all the new investments and innovations, all this is necessary so that we can move forward with the circular economy, because we cannot just make use of virgin raw materials. And for Finland, this is something where the international competition for expert knowledge, expertise is brutal. We do not want to just be producing bulk products, but we want to go further. But then we have to look at where the investments are going. This is a historical question for us. It's about our future. And whatever we plan in Finland, we can produce great products, and it's beneficial for everybody worldwide. Yes, and then I would like to add that in both of these matters, Finland is a front runner. There are a lot of possibilities, but at the same time, I'm worried about the interest that is shown towards our minerals here in the Finnish soils, in the Finnish soil and the natural resources that we have. So whatever on that side is done then can be seen as problems in the nature, in the environment. We shouldn't do things in a way that nature is the one which is impacted here. We have to be very vigilant and wake up and see what is wanted from us. There are certain threats. There are things done towards our natural resources with the excuse of environmental action. Now I would like to turn towards the audience. There are microphones circulating there. You can ask questions. Who would like to begin? There in the back. Kim Nikula, Service Trade Union. How do you see this from the nature perspective, data perspective? How can we operate in the future? This is very important. When we talk about strategic autonomy, and cyber security is one of the spearheads here. In the Orpo government program, there is an interesting item on how when Finland became NATO's member, inside the NATO, we also want to be profiled in this field, cybersecurity, quantum calculation. This is very important when we have a lot of information. When we want to analyze all this, we have a lot of expertise for this, but we need more innovative research in this field in Finland. So even though data economy matters relate to economy, but also they relate to security matters. And then the war against Ukraine has shown that the EU countries do not have the ability to defend themselves individually or defend their environment. And this is based on the collective defense that we have in the form of NATO, and we hope that this will continue in the future as well, that the NATO will be as credible as it is now. We do not know what will happen in the presidential elections in the US and what will happen after that, because that can then shake this credibility. On the other hand, the EU will not probably become a defense alliance, and even if we were not aiming at that, still the EU can do things that will strengthen this defense capability and strengthen countries. I was responsible for this work in the Commission, where we try to enhance civil and military cooperation. When there were these terrorist attacks in Paris, more than 100 people died, and the Belgian police stopped randomly a car at the Belgian-French border, and two of the shooters were in that vehicle. And since the police didn't have the authority to control them, they welcomed them to Belgium. Well, after that, all this has changed. And for instance, German military planes cannot land in other countries for maintenance because they have different types of systems. So we really have to concentrate our efforts more and more for hard defense and internal defense and cyber security.
Luonnosta ja datasta toisiin.
So we are moving on from nature and data, but Nina, please come back to nature and data. Well, this audience question was very important. Thank you for that. I had the pleasure to share my morning coffee with a colleague this morning, and we thought about recent events, and one good consequence from recent events is that we now define security in a much more extensive manner than before. So there are many different aspects in security, and there are threats from every possible angle, and it's very good to expand the concept of security also in NATO. Thank you very much. And then next question, please. It's difficult to see the audience from these bright lights. Well, we are all set, are we? Well, there's one question. My name is Niini Munari from the European Commission representation in Finland. And I'd like to ask all of you as experts, what would be the magic word for data? Thinking about that data is collected all the time and processed and shared. So what is one single word, the magic concept, that could bring together all these data users or processors and to give one word why data should be shared, and what would be one guideline for using data? So are there any common scale benefits?
Tuon tähän tämmöisen yhden ajattelumaan.
Well, very good question. I'd like to present one thinking model. Well, data economy culminates around the use of data. Of course, data has to be used, and also data protection regulation is centered around the use of data and the use of personal data. Now, as somebody said, well, the digital interests are overemphasized, so there has to be more regulation. The companies must have more interfaces, and also individuals have to have more control over the use of data. If there's no balance between these elements, we are in trouble. So counter reactions will follow. So the European Union and its data service strategy involves a lot of other regulation as well. So this is the counter reaction for the power of tech giants. So Sitra completed a survey, and we followed data traffic of different persons like Jyrki Katainen. Mia-Petra Kumpula bought something in an electronic shop, and all data went to Google and Meta. So if you go and buy something in a physical shop, still the tech giants get all your data, so there has to be more control. Prime Minister Orpo this morning said that if we know what Finland wants from the EU, we are one of the influencers there. All people have to join, so people, citizens, must have their voices heard, and of course all politicians and officials and NGOs. And then one piece of advertisement here. Sitra will start in October a special training program called Leadership Training for the Future. And this is one way to make ourselves better heard in the European Union. So we need people who are in decisive positions to participate in this training, but all other people as well. And my last question is for all of you. What should Finnish politicians and everybody else do now for the Commission next program? Yes, well, climate perspective, nature perspective, and recognizing the rights of future generations. That should be taken on board in the next Commission work program. Nina, well, Montreal Agreement should be implemented fully. Rules-based and value-based regulation. So human rights and basic rights have to be respected also in data economy. More circular economy-oriented market regulation. Well, thank you very much. Sara Nyman, Nina Elomaa, Krista Lehtonen and Jyrki Katainen. A warm thanks to all of you, both here in the hall and those online. This discussion will be continued, and as we said, it's now time to act and have a say in the Commission's next program. Thank you.
Dear ministers, the mayor, your excellencies, and participants, welcome to session Transatlantic Finland and European Geopolitics, which will be moderated by two elderly gentlemen. My co-fellow moderator is famous Finnish European bureaucrat and enthusiast, Mr. Reijo Kemppinen, who has been, among other duties, served as the General Director of the European Minister Council, responsible for communications. And my name is Anders Blom, and I am working in the University of Turku in the Center for Parliamentary Research, and this very center has been in the first row of developing this Europe Forum together with other institutions here in Turku. Most important after University of Turku is of course the city of Turku, the oldest city in Finland.
Yes, on my part, I can only repeat what Anders already implied. He and I have known each other since forever, and we've done all kinds of things together, most of which we don't want to talk about or can't remember anymore due to advanced years, as he says. But this is something that we haven't done before. So forgive us, be patient with us. We'll take you through this rest of the afternoon as well as we possibly can. But we cannot exclude certain clumsiness from our part. I'll be joining you from the sofa over there and moderating the discussions as we get to them. But you'll see how we do, and you can give us points afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. This seminar will focus on European security in three different settings. The theme of the first set is Transatlantic Finland. The second, the relations between the United States and Europe in the new geopolitical era. Thirdly, we expect to cover the prospect of peace in Ukraine. We have top-level speakers available, each of whom we will, of course, introduce separately as and when they join us on the podium. But first, a few short words of introduction. Today, our speakers will be addressing an influential and knowledgeable audience. In six short years of Europe Forum has grown from an idea in the biggest and most important event of its kind in this country. Our speakers know that their words will be listened to more attentively than ever. The speech of our Prime Minister was a good example today, this morning. The war rages on in Europe. Russia continues to bombard Ukraine. It tries to sow discord among Western allies, undermine our defenses, build new foothold in Africa. We live in a threat environment and that has changed dramatically. And with these changes, many are also relearning the language of defense. As with any language lesson, it will take practice and commitment, long-term commitment. Finland has now joined the North Atlantic Alliance with strong backing from the Finnish public, who expect that NATO membership will give us that ironclad guarantee to common defense against all military aggression against our country. I'll pay attention to the word all. That said, ours is a nation that has had to live so long next a great often unpredictable bear, and too often during our history we have discovered that at times of need, help was not coming. So we look at the future with hope, but also with questions. Can we realistically expect Russia to pay for what it has destroyed? Today we have agreed with the speakers that we will call them in the discussion by their first name, which makes this introduction very important. Our first speaker is in the session of Politics of the Zeitenwende, the Baltic Sea, Europe and the Transatlantic Alliance. We have very good setting in this session. Is our new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Elina Valtonen. Before coming to the politics, she made a great career in banking and business. And she has fluent German language. She is excellent with her language skills, and she is representing the new generation in our political life. She has been very important vote collector in the metropolitan area and member of parliament. She is also the vice chairman of the National Coalition Party, and she is known with her sharp language. She can define her speech very clearly. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Elina Valtonen, please join us.
Thank you, Anders. I try to live up to these expectations. Thanks for having me. Dear Excellencies, honored friends of Europe and European affairs, dear ladies and gentlemen. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has profoundly changed the security landscape in Europe. Russia targets not only Ukraine, but also the entire European security order. By attacking its independent democratic neighbor, Russia is blatantly breaching the UN Charter and international law. For the world, Russia's invasion has truly marked a Zeitenwende, a paradigm shift in both thoughts and action, most pronounced for us in the immediate vicinity and throughout the transatlantic community. Its effect is felt in the Indo-Pacific and in the global south, not least due to the fact that Russia has actively started to weaponize food by exiting the Black Sea grain agreement. The devastating consequences are felt everywhere. The Zeitenwende marks a realization that Europe has to strategically invest into its own defense and break with unhealthy links to the Russian economy, while providing strong multi-level support to Ukraine, who is fighting for its own freedom, but also for that of the rest of us. The Zeitenwende also underscores the significance of Europe's long-term strategic competitiveness for the prevalence of our shared values in geopolitics, the economy and tech. We Finns have for many years maintained and developed our defense capabilities and resilience. Our government priority is to support Ukraine for as long as it's needed. Ukraine's future is in the European Union and in NATO. The European Union is Finland's most important frame of reference and the channel of influence. Finland's priority is to strengthen the European Union's global role and deepen its security and defense dimension. Russia's war of aggression has made the roles of NATO and the EU more clear and concrete with respect to European foreign and security policy. NATO is responsible for European military defense through its command structure, collective defense planning, and nuclear deterrence. Finland supports deepening European defense cooperation not as a substitute, but as a complement to NATO, including through the objectives of the strategic compass. Important areas for cooperation include the defense industry and its product development, military mobility, hybrid and cyber capabilities, and common rapid reaction forces. The implementation of the strategic compass has already progressed in a number of areas. These include establishing EU strategies for space and cybersecurity, compiling EU's hybrid toolkit, and updating the EU's plan for better mobility of troops and defense capabilities within the European Union. EU has also established new crisis management missions. Finland calls for decisive and swift action to strengthen the European defense industry and its output, as well as cooperation in defense investment. Finland's objective is to create a single market for defense material in the Union. We promote a common European policy on arms exports, the EU's common defense procurement, and increased funding for research and development related to future defense technologies. Finland further supports the inclusion of the EU defense industry in the taxonomy of sustainable financing. In addition to hard military capabilities, we will need to make sure that our logistics, warehouses, and supply chains meet the requirements of the current security environment. The EU has shown considerable unity in imposing massive and unprecedented sanctions against Russia and in mobilizing significant military support for Ukraine. By now, the European Union has provided over 3.6 billion euros in military equipment support to Ukraine through the European Peace Facility. It must be 3.6 trillion, though, not billion. The EU will also provide training for 30,000 Ukrainian soldiers this year. Finland has always been a strong promoter of EU-NATO cooperation and will do so increasingly in the future. Areas of cooperation include resilience and the protection of critical infrastructure, emerging and disruptive technologies, space, the security implications of climate change, and foreign information manipulation and interference. The present and the future of the European security architecture build on a strong Euro-Atlantic bond. The cornerstone of the transatlantic link is NATO. A strong and united NATO is in Finland's core interest. Finland's NATO membership significantly strengthens the security of the Baltic Sea region, that of Europe, and of NATO as a whole. Yet, the picture is not complete without Sweden. The planning of NATO's collective defense in the Baltic Sea region and Northern Europe is possible to the fullest only with Sweden becoming a member too. We will make our utmost to ensure Sweden's accession to NATO as soon as possible. It is also essential for Finland that NATO further strengthens its deterrence and defense. Finland will lead by example. This year we spent 2.4% of our GDP in defense, well above the NATO floor. In due course, decisions will be made regarding Finnish contributions to peacetime operations. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, has traditionally played a significant role in the European security architecture, bringing together non-like-minded countries to discuss and to cooperate on security-related issues. Starting from the Helsinki Final Act, there has been a dialogue to search for understanding and building trust among the 57 participating states. OSCE's motto goes from Vancouver to Vladivostok. The organization is based on a dialogue between the East and the West. This is the specific character of the organization. The OSCE is also a transatlantic security organization. With Russia shamelessly violating UN Charter and all OSCE's core principles, the organization that is based on consensus principle is now facing the biggest challenge in its history. The traditional architecture for European security has been severely broken. Even if the OSCE was not able to prevent the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, it may still be useful in the post-conflict, in the post-war solution. The European security landscape certainly looks dramatically different from what it did when Finland committed to take up the OSCE chairpersonship in 2025. As a chair, Finland aims to pursue to preserve the OSCE as a platform for discussion on security and cooperation in Europe. Finland stands ready, should there be room for dialogue and negotiation in the future. Diplomacy and dialogue is needed. Russia should end this senseless war. In addition, we should not forget the wide variety of OSCE work across the region, be it Moldova, in Western Balkans, or in Central Asia. OSCE's work for democracy, such as election monitoring, or its work to promote human rights, are all crucial for stability. Ladies and gentlemen, international cooperation, dialogue, and commitment to a rules-based European security order are key to a long-term stability and security in Europe. Finland will do everything in its power to pursue this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister, I would like to ask you to join us here. We are making a slight deviation of the program because ministers of foreign affairs are notoriously busy people, and Elina is certainly no exception. So we'll start with her with a couple of questions and discussion before we invite our next guest.
Perfect.
Okay, I was listening to with fascination what you talked about the sanctions and the work that the European Union has done, and Finland as a member of the European Union. There's a recent article published by researchers in the German Council of Foreign Relations who argued that extensive research shows that these sanctions are really working in the sense that they are hurting Russian economy, and they have also hampered the activities in military activities of the Russian army in Ukraine. However, they argue on one sense they are not working because the model is flawed, and that is in energy sanctions. What's your view on that? Could there be more done?
Finland is very open to making all the existing sanctions more effective and also imposing new sanctions if we can find any which work better than the existing ones. Now on the energy side, it has to be noted that actually the most effective sanctions so far in economic terms has actually been the G7 price cap on Russian crude oil. So that was, the G7 were able to agree on that and impose that through the fact that most of the transport logistics for Russian crude is in Western hands. So that was possible to implement. But on many fronts, and now actually what we're struggling with is finding ways to get Ukrainian grain out of Ukraine, despite the fact that Russia now exited the Black Sea Grain Initiative and also has been bombarding civilian infrastructure, including grain facilities and also port facilities. So that's another thing. But Finland is very open and also very active in finding ways to impose more effective sanctions and also to prevent sanction circumvention, which is actually a significant issue as well.
You mentioned something also very important, and that is the grain exports of Ukraine before the war being one of the largest grain exporters in the world, and now what happens there in Black Sea has caused indirectly or directly also famine in large parts of Africa. Now we are entering soon the mid-September when the current restrictions on exports to 5 neighboring countries, including Poland and Hungary, are ending. Do you see some sort of a solution in sight? Because these countries seem to be somewhat non-yielding.
Well, the European Union has developed so-called solidarity lanes for transporting Ukrainian grain out of Ukraine. The only issue is that if you need to replace sea transport by transport via typically trains or even rivers, it's just slower, it's more costly, and that in itself raises the food price or the price on grain. And that is a significant issue, especially in the global south and especially in poorer countries where people really need the food and where food price is an issue. Obviously, the food price is an issue in Europe too. That's not the thing. So that's one thing. Second thing is, of course, we are very much supporting the work UN is undertaking, both in trying to get Russia back into the Black Sea Grain Initiative, where also Turkey is a significant contributor, which we value. And thirdly, if there's a way to raise the presence of NATO in the Black Sea, and through that, maybe not directly, but indirectly secure sea transport of the grain, then we are happy to support.
One further question that I have in mind, actually this comes from the news. I read it, only picked up this morning, but most may have seen it before. The Nobel Foundation has decided to re-invite Russia, Belarus, but also Iran and Ukraine to the ceremonies, and that has caused some angst and anxiety in many circles. Have you heard about that, and what's your reaction?
I've heard about it, and I think it's a little bit strange against the background that we in the West now have the policy of excluding Russia from cooperation due to the fact that they have broken basically our belief in their being a believable counterpart in international law, the UN Charter, and now that they are on a daily basis waging war against Ukraine, against a sovereign and independent country who has the right to remain so and to defend itself. I don't know what the precise reasoning is behind Nobel's decision, but the only thing I can comment on and what I will say is that for Finland, the most important thing would be that Russia would, first of all, end the war in Ukraine, withdraw its troops. If there was a way to find a just and sustainable peace solution for Ukraine, and also for us, it's very important to aid Ukraine for in the future to become members in both the European Union and NATO. We're happy to contribute to that. But for as long as that happens, we don't have a political level connection with Russia, but we want to maintain an operational level contact because we are a border nation. And of course, diplomacy, we value that there's at least some level of dialogue. We think that's important.
Indeed. Well, finally, because as I said, the minister has to run to another event, but you and I both have lived in London for many years, and I suppose that there's a soft spot in your heart, as is mine, for that city and that country. Are you still weeping over Brexit?
Actually, this is probably the right place to say that I would really, really hope that Britain at some point in the future perhaps comes back home to the European Union. But for the time being, I think it's extremely important that we, both on a bilateral basis, Finland, UK, but also the EU towards the UK, we do our utmost to deepen our already pre-existing very close ties in everything, not just the economy, not just the security, but also the exchange of people, ideas, science, everything. So very much in favor of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Now, here comes the improvisation part. Anders, can you see the minister if I introduce our next guest?
Fine, Maria. Thank you so much.
Okay, kiitos.
Kiitos. Minneksä tänne?
Okay. That went well. Anyhow, I would like to introduce now our next speaker, Tobias Lindner. He is a German economist and politician who has been serving as a member of Bundestag since 2011 as a list member for Rhineland-Palatinate. Since December 2021, Tobias has been the Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here in Finland and in Turku. Dear colleagues, dear Minna-Ave, dear excellencies, experts, and friends, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has dramatically changed the security situation in Europe. Finland's and Sweden's historic decision to leave behind their freedom of alliance and to join NATO is a sign of confidence in the alliance as a whole and in its members. In NATO, our promise of solidarity means we stand up for the security of each one of our allies, whether in the Baltic Sea region, in Eastern Europe, in the south or in the north. Together we share a long friendship based on trust and shared values. With Finland and Sweden, NATO gains two capable, powerful and reliable allies who will boost our defensive capabilities. Finland's and hopefully soon Sweden's accession will particularly contribute to the defense of the Baltic Sea region and the alliance northern flank. A stronger presence means greater situational awareness. More capabilities mean more options. Greater regional experience means greater security. This is good for the alliance and the entire Euro-Atlantic area. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany, as other allies, has been actively supporting the swift accession of our 32nd ally, Sweden. We continue to urge Turkey and Hungary to ratify Sweden's accession to NATO without any further delay. Turkey's commitment ahead of the Vilnius summit has been an important step in this regard. The accession of Finland and soon Sweden to NATO and the strong common message sent at the Vilnius summit demonstrate how badly Putin miscalculated. He wanted a weak and smaller NATO, but now he is getting an even stronger, even larger and even closer alliance instead. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine marks a historical turning point, or as we say, the newest gift of the German language to the lingua franca, a Zeitenwende, in German foreign policy as in whole of Europe. As Russia is trying to shatter the European security order that has lasted for almost half a century since the Helsinki Final Act, we must defend freedom, democracy and prosperity. Germany will not waver in its solidarity for Ukraine. We will continue to provide political, financial, military and humanitarian support for Ukraine for as long as it takes. We are the biggest provider of military and humanitarian support for Ukraine in Europe. Our Zeitenwende means substantial arms deliveries to an active war zone, hitherto unthinkable for us. Just it was like for you. We continue to increase our military assistance to Ukraine and are committed to support Ukraine in the long run. We will provide 15 billion euro in total for military support for Ukraine in the years to come, including the reprocurement for Germany's armed forces. In addition, we focus on stronger air defense support like the IRIS-T system that we have provided for Ukraine and now helps to keep Ukrainian cities safe from Russian air attacks. And we focus on artillery and ammunition which is essential in giving Ukraine the firepower it needs. All this is on top of our very substantial financial and humanitarian support to the country. Ladies and gentlemen, no single country can provide sufficient support for Ukraine on its own. Only through a united Europe and in close cooperation with our allies elsewhere, we can accomplish this monumental task. This is why I am so glad to see the European Union has evolved to become one of the strongest supporters of Ukraine, not only in economic, financial, and political terms, but also in support to Ukraine's military defense against the Russian invasion. This is a marked change in the EU's traditional role as a foreign policy actor. We can see this in two prominent examples. First, through the European Peace Facility. Through this mechanism, the European Union has become an essential catalyst for the delivery of military equipment to Ukraine, with currently more than 5.5 billion euro devoted to leveraging European deliveries. Second, the European Union and its member states have taken the leading role in training Ukraine's armed forces. The EU's military assistance mission for Ukraine has trained around 25,000 Ukrainian soldiers by now. 24 member states and Norway as a third state contribute to the mission. Germany plays a leading role within the training mission, providing numerous training elements in Germany and one of the two coordinating headquarters close to Berlin in Strausberg. My friends, ladies and gentlemen, all this is necessary to support Ukraine winning the war. Complementarily, we welcome the ongoing efforts of the Ukrainian government to discuss elements of a just and lasting peace with other countries worldwide, as most recently at the meetings in Copenhagen and Jeddah. Let us, however, keep in mind that such a peace will only last if Ukraine has the means to ensure its security in the long run. The multilateral joint declaration of G7 and partners on security assurances and long-term support for the country after the NATO summit in Vilnius is an important step in this direction. Germany is also committed to continue and intensify its political engagement by hosting the next Ukraine Recovery Conference next year in Berlin. Supporting Ukraine in its recovery process is also important to ensure Ukraine's rapid accession to the European Union. We welcome Ukraine's determination and great effort in implementing necessary reform steps, and Ukraine is well aware, as we all are, of the scope of this task. A close linkage between recovery and accession is necessary in order to rebuild Ukraine fit for the European Union and not just rebuilding the status quo ante. Ukraine needs support and the continued engagement of its friends and partners. But let me now turn to what Zeitenwende means for the European Union. Our response to the Russian aggression against Ukraine has shown how strong we can be when we are united as Europeans, and what makes the European Union so attractive. The membership applications of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia are proof of this, as it is the continued ambition of the countries of the Western Balkans to join the Union. However, the geopolitical challenges and the need for enlargement raise one important question. How can we make the European Union work with more than 30 member states? The membership candidates have to become fit for the European Union, but if we are honest, at the same time, we have to make the European Union fit for enlargement in order to maintain the Union's values and capabilities. How do we achieve this? Firstly, we need to agree on priorities. Part of this means to ensure that the EU's budget is fit for enlargement. With more member states joining, we will have to spend resources even more efficiently, for example, by prioritizing investments into European public goods. Enlargement should be a catalyst for modernizing the EU budget. Secondly, and even more importantly, we need to reform our institutions, extending qualified majority voting in common security and foreign policy, while at the same time safeguarding the interests of smaller members, is of special importance to improve the EU's capacity to act globally. And there are also other areas where we have to come together and think about necessary changes within the current treaty framework and, if necessary, with treaty changes. Hence, to make the EU fit for Zeitenwende and for enlargement, we need to strengthen our decision-making capacity, and we need to preserve the functioning of our institutions. We owe this to our union, and we owe this to the future member states like Ukraine. Russia's war of aggression has also strong repercussions in our common region. The countries around the Baltic Sea have been connected through a network of complementary and often overlapping fora for cooperation since the end of the Cold War. Most of these regional formats acted decisively and suspended cooperation with Russia, among them the Council of Baltic Sea States. And we have strengthened cooperation among the democratic partners in the region. In July, Finland took over the presidency of the Council of the Baltic Sea States from Germany. Your choice to focus on comprehensive security, crisis preparedness, and resilience during your presidency reflect our region's most pressing concerns. Around the Baltic Sea, we have many common interests and often similar perspectives despite our diversity. The issue, for example, of underwater munitions, showing environmental and security concerns, go hand in hand. About 450,000 tons of underwater conventional and chemical munitions still lie at the bottom of the Baltic Sea. So we welcome that Finland continues the dialogue on underwater ammunitions. The CBSS ministerial meeting in June in Wismar demonstrated the need for a format to discuss topics of regional significance among democratic states around the Baltic Sea rim. We are glad that you want to keep the CBSS as a platform for political dialogue. So let me congratulate you on the start of your presidency on the CBSS and wish you a successful presidency year. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Sorry. Whether you want
Please,
to say?
yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Lindner. And then we will have the next speaker, who is Mr. Magnus Christiansson from the Swedish Defense University. He is an assistant professor in the Swedish Defense University's Division of Strategy, and he is specialized in transatlantic security and also strategic for the Baltic Sea region. Professor, you have now heard the speech of Mrs. Valtonen and Mr. Lindner. What thoughts arise? And Sweden is in the vestibule of NATO. In Finland and in all other NATO member states, we are interested in how Sweden sees its position today.
Thank you,
Professor.
Anders. Thank you, Anders, and thank you for inviting me here. We've always had an excellent cooperation with Åbo Academy. We send our PhD students here, but now that you've robbed me of my PhD title, maybe perhaps we will have to look into this cooperation. Now, but it is great to be here. This summer, one of the most important announcements was when G7 made a security commitment to Ukraine. And I think that was important for three reasons. Firstly, of course, that it is a signal to Moscow that Ukraine now has security guarantors of the first degree, and that actually sends a signal that this is what Putin is up against, all the industrial might and the diplomatic influence of all the Western powers. So that was important. Of course, it was also a signal to Zelensky. He came from Vilnius very disappointed, not getting a timetable for entering into the European and Euro-Atlantic security structures. This is a signal also to the Ukrainians that no more Normandy formats. This actually takes things to a higher level. This is a matter of principles and high-table diplomacy. And whatever diplomatic negotiations that the Ukrainians will have with Russia in the future is actually backed up by sort of the entire Western world. But there's a third factor here that I believe is also very important, and that is that this development, sort of getting a diplomatic framework for, or sort of a diplomatic context among the major powers for how to deal with Ukraine, is also very good for Germany. Because if there's one thing that we've seen over the last year, well, first of all, the Zeitenwende is interesting in itself because it means a major shift in German outlook coming from the Germans themselves, not being pressured or pressured by international events, but sort of formulating this by themselves. However, over the last year, we have seen that Germany can take quite sensible decisions in foreign policy, as long as others do that as well. So in collectivizing this, and as you know, the European Union is a party at G7, this actually forms a stepping stone onto something else, because we shouldn't fool ourselves. And this is a bit of a comment or reflection on Elina Valtonen's speech, where she actually discussed the OSCE. This is a stepping stone on the way to something else in European security. This is on the way to a new security order. So we shouldn't fool ourselves with this euphemism that Russia is challenging the security order. It was broken way before the 24th of February last year. And depending on what you mean with broken, you can select a number of dates before last year. But it is a stepping stone. Christian Lindner actually mentioned in his speech the CBSS. And this is how the European security governance works like a patchwork of different meeting formats. And the 24th of February meant at least 3 different things to this patchwork of different organizations and meeting formats. There was one group in which I would actually place the OSCE together with the Council of Europe that actually was destroyed. They cannot really work properly. They were not made for a situation like this. Then there is a second group of meeting formats and in this security governance. I would say mainly the Arctic Council, but apparently now I hear that the Nobel Prize Committee is there as well, where there is an angst. How should we deal with Russia? Should we throw them out? No, we should not. Some countries want to do that, some countries want to keep them in. Russia was actually chair of the Arctic Council up until May this year. And then there is a third group of institutions under which I would put the European Union and NATO, and they are under transformation. Stepping stones on the way to rediscover a role that they've had before, and finding new ways, doing things completely in a different way. And the peace mechanism is one example, and there are so many things that are happening in the system now. So small stepping stones, the Swedish and Finnish memberships, stepping stones to something else. The G7 announcement, providing a sort of a great power context, stepping stone onto something else. And we should remember that after the Second World War, when the system actually changed as well, this was not, we associate that with names like Yalta and Potsdam, but this process actually started in 1943 in the Tehran Conference. Discussions about occupation zones, about where the border between Germany and Poland should be, and eventually that the Soviet Union grabbed Kaliningrad, etc. So my point is here that where the politicians put their feet right now is actually going to decide what new security system we will have for the future. And we can also see evidence of this rapture in a number of other places. Out in the periphery, Austria, neutral Austria, is now joining the European Sky Shield Initiative. Switzerland is actually having a public inquiry looking into their relationship to NATO. And Dublin, they've had a security dialogue inviting NGOs, having an open discussion about different options for the future. This is a rapture in the security system, and we're emerging into something new. Now, I was asked of the organizers to say something about Sweden. The Swedish foreign minister, he's hosting a delegation from the United States, the Congress. I'm sure he would have been here otherwise. Now, there's a great curiosity and great interest and many questions concerning NATO in Stockholm. There are basically two things that is the immediate effect in Sweden of the Swedish coming NATO membership. The first thing is that Sweden has to learn NATO. Sweden has been part of I4, S4, K4, ISAF, and also in Libya in the Operation Unified Protector, unlike some NATO members. But this is only NATO as an actor. Sweden knows NATO as an actor, and NATO knows Sweden as a valued partner. But when it comes to questions like NATO as a community, those 31 different strategic agendas, we have looked closely to some of them, but apparently now when we're discussing with Turkey, there are things that we need to learn about NATO as a community. And above all, NATO as an organization, those 154 different committees, hundreds of working groups. There are many, many things that needs to be learned. I got a telephone call just the other week from a journalist from national media. He asked me, does NATO have military staff? So there's a long way. That's an extreme example, but in many different dimensions, both in the armed forces and among the Swedish public and among experts as well, we need to learn NATO. Finally, Sweden, of course, eventually will need to decide what we want to do with NATO. There's a defense cooperation agreement now negotiated with the United States. Many things will actually be decided on that. I hear now in Stockholm that November could be a time to look out for that. Also, Sweden is tilting its defense bill so that when we get the capability targets for 2024, we will also have a 5-year defense bill. A lot of money is put into the system, but of course we need to figure out where our place is and where we're going to put our national eggs in what basket, because there are many options. And I think that will actually come eventually. Things happened very quickly last year, and so we need to learn NATO and eventually to decide what we want to do with NATO. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, and please join us to the sofa.
Should I?
Tobias, can I? Yeah, please.
Please.
Can I ask? Start with you. I mean, of course, there are so many things we would be interested in hearing from you. But on the other hand, when I was listening to Minister Valtonen speak, there are some topics we can't just avoid today. Ukraine being probably the number one of them. What are your thoughts on the current situation? First, on the sanctions. Are they working, or do you share the view that your compatriots in the German Council of Foreign Relations have had, that in particular in oil and gas, much more could be done by, for example, introducing tariffs?
So I'm totally convinced sanctions are working. What we see even by the official numbers of the Russians on the development of their economy, and I don't believe that the official numbers are the real numbers or to reflect the real situation. We see that there's a significant influence from the sanctions on the Russian economy. And I also agree with Elena on the issue. It has consequences on Russia's ability to produce military systems. We see consequences, but we would be wrong or naive if we would think of sanctions like a thing. You do sanctions today and you see the reaction tomorrow. The challenge with sanctions is always you need to be at some point a little bit patient. You need to wait and see. And the other thing is sanctions are never complete. They are never perfect. What we are doing on the European level now with respect to compliance, to loopholes, to maintenance, is to see, okay, where are possible circumventions of the sanctions? Via third countries or via our own legislation? So, we have harvested all the low-hanging fruit with the first few packages. Now things are getting more complex, but it does not mean that we shouldn't progress. And on the price cap with respect to crude oil, we see effects. I can imagine that we move further. That was the first step, and that we adjust the ratio or let's say the bar of the price cap for sure. And we also need, last comment, we also need to reach out to third countries. Wherever we cannot expect countries which are not a member of the European Union, we cannot expect them to be fully aligned 100%. But at the same time, if you have countries who want to come closer to Europe, who want to have closer ties, economic cooperation, what we can expect is that if we see something in our data, that they react, that they are not a safe haven, that they do not give an opportunity for strategic circumvention of sanctions. There's some work need to be done.
Well, at the moment on the ground, it very much looks like a military stalemate for the time being. But how long can this continue? Does the West have the power, the muscle, and the unity to force Vladimir Putin into a kind of breaking point that he says, no more, that's it, I'm pulling out?
So, I'm an ordinary state minister, not a magician who is able to foresee the future. But what we see on the ground is that the Ukrainian forces are progressing slowly. That's the truth. They are progressing, but it's slowly, and they need lots of resources. But they are making progress. For us, that means we have to do everything we can do in terms of sustainment, be it ammunition, be it spare parts, be it training, be it financial support and everything that goes beyond. And I'm totally convinced that we need to, we cannot have a perspective where we think, the war might end in the next 6 weeks, and if it doesn't, then we have to look for the next 6 weeks. We have to look at time frames of 6 months, of years. So when we are talking at the moment, for instance, also in my own country on cruise missiles like the Taurus, if we are talking on deliveries of more main battle tanks and all those things, we have to prove to Mr. Putin that we have a long and deep breath. This is a marathon, not a sprint. I'm convinced we have the capabilities, we have the ability to sustain. When I say we will support Ukraine as long as it takes, it's not advertisement.
Well, I think this last question, actually, the current situation is the defining moment for the European defense industry. It was consolidated, was the word, in the last 15 years, and now it needs to switch back into war mode. There needs to be political will as well, but we cannot operate the way we do right now. The Polish have been so disappointed with their rearmament program, and of course you know that they're reaching out to South Korea and other actors. We need to step up this, and the fact that we haven't had sort of around-the-clock ammunition manufacturing since this spring is really appalling. This is a defining moment for the European defense industry. We need to fix this.
Yes, this time frame is very crucial. What Tobias said about this 6 months or 6 years, that is really the perspective, because the Russian way of thinking time is much more longer and much more patient than ours.
Yes, but the Western Europeans need to empty their shelves, because their security is best defended on the Dnieper right now, so they can resupply and restock later. Anyone opening those storages in a few months and they still have a lot of stuff that could be used in Ukraine should be ashamed.
So we are short of time, but to make some final conclusion, we are around the question of Ukraine when we are speaking about the new security order in Europe. Is it so?
Ukraine for sure was, I believe it was a wake-up moment. It was the most dramatical way to show and to prove that for many years, for decades, especially in my own country, Europeans had been very naive on Mr. Putin. There are lots of things we as Germans could learn from Poland, from the Baltic countries, also from Finland. You have your own experience and your expertise when it comes to Russia. But we should be very clear. The Russia after the war in Ukraine, Russia after Ukraine's victory, And even Russia after Putin is very likely to be not better, to be not more friendly or let's say hostile than today, meaning that what we have to do with our own capabilities, with our own armed forces, it's a long run, and there is no need and no possibility of being that optimistic to say, oh, let's do 2% for a few years and then things will get better. I believe the security architecture in Europe as a whole has changed for more than 1 decade, and we have to be prepared for that, and we have to react to that.
Magnus.
Well, I mean, even if we imagine some kind of best case scenario, what happens in Moscow, some speculation about regime change, etc. Sort of a total withdrawal, that would still leave us with decades of internal turmoil concerning all those war criminals, all those acts, deeds that needs to be settled for. And the Russians themselves will need to come to terms with this Vergangenheitsbewältigung, which goes way back in many layers in the Russian case. So and many things can go wrong in that process. So even if we think of the most optimistic scenarios, we need to prepare for the long haul.
Absolutely. This long-term perspective is the vital question. Gentlemen, I thank you very much. Let's have a good hand for our speakers, and we are going to the next session.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the best. So, now we focus next to the question of United States of America, Europe, and geopolitics in Northern Europe. We have a little bit different angle, and I am sorry to tell you that our Minister of Defense had something else to do. He is not able to come, but we have a special person to speak on behalf, to speak instead of him. But we will change a little bit now the order of the original idea. And I'm sorry to say that because I didn't had time to speak with Mr. Hickey before then, that he is the man to start, if that is okay. But before he does it, a few words. So in this section, we focus on the relations between Finland and the United States and how this is reflected in the future development of Finland's neighboring region. It is very important for us to hear both the American view and that of our important neighbor Estonia, who is also present. This discussion is complemented by an academic perspective, as well as our former ambassador of NATO, whose term in Brussels ended yesterday, Mr. Klaus Korhonen, who is also present here. But the next speaker will be U.S. Ambassador U.S. Ambassador in Finland, Mr. Douglas Hickey, who is actually origins from business and who has now been serving our great partner, United States, here more than a year. What are your expressions and what is your perspective to the North European geopolitics? Please, Doug, welcome.
Great. Well, thank you and good afternoon. I'm thrilled to be here in your beautiful city. Madam Mayor, thank you. You know, I've been here about a year and a half in Finland, and I have to say, when I was asked to do this, I called a good friend of mine, John Kerry, and I said, this is well before the invasion took place. And I asked John, I said, what do you think about me going to Finland? And he said, all you need to know is NATO, Russia, and climate. And he was spot on. And again, this was well before the invasion. The relationship that we have with Finland today, I would say, is the strongest it's ever been. And it continues to grow. And I don't just mean that from a perspective of a military perspective or NATO, but if you look at what we're doing bilaterally from a commercial perspective on technologies, on wireless technologies, on green technologies, quantum computing and the like, those relationships are incredibly strong and growing. The relationships we have on educational bilateral relationships continue to grow in a very aggressive way and very positive way. We were with some students this morning and we were talking, they were asking me what your experience has been like since you arrived here in Finland. And I said, you know, it's interesting because some amazingly good things have happened when I arrived, and some really horrific things have happened. The good things, I think, are pretty obvious. The accession to NATO of Finland on April 4th, and we had a ceremony at the U.S. Embassy in Helsinki where we had our local staff and our American staff together, and we had it on a huge TV in the atrium of the embassy. And we were all looking at the same time at the Finnish flag being raised in Brussels. And I will tell you, there wasn't a dry eye in the house, whether it be an American or a Finn, especially when they started playing the Finnish national anthem. I mean, it was pretty extraordinary. And that just exemplifies what's happened with the relationship, about how close it has gotten. Now, the horrific thing, I think, is really obvious. The second invasion by Russia into Ukraine, the fact that we sit here today and more than 500,000 casualties on both sides, most of those Russian. But it's a brutal, brutal war. And I saw my partner Olga here, the ambassador from Ukraine, just a few minutes ago. It's pretty extraordinary what's happened. We, all of us, should be thanking the Ukrainians for what they're doing. Because they're not only defending their own sovereign country, they're defending democracy around the world. And it's extraordinary what they're doing. We should, and I think we have to the most part, give them everything they need. And again, not just from a military perspective, but we have to give them what they need in order for them to prevail in Ukraine and reestablish their country and have the Russians exit. That relationship with Russia, I've heard different people talk about this, that is going to be a relationship that's going to take an awful long time to rebuild and recover. I'm sure at some point in the future it will, but I'm not quite sure how long. I surmise it won't be in my lifetime, quite frankly. And that's going to be a torturous relationship. And someone mentioned regime change earlier. We have to really be careful what we ask for, because behind Putin are some people that think Putin hasn't been aggressive enough. So we have to really be thoughtful about that whole prospect as well. But our goal as we sit here today and talk about this from a U.S. perspective is continue to support Ukraine in every way possible and continue to do that until we resolve this conflict in a positive way, having Russia exit Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let us continue, because we will have better discussion with more discussers. The next speaker is Ambassador Sven Sakov, who is quite well known about his activity in security political discussion. He has been working in various Estonian research centers as a director or deputy director under the Ministry of Defense. And he is very well informed about the situation here in the Northern Europe. Sven, you are not first time in Turku, so please take the podium and...
Thank you very much, Anders. And, Madam Mayor, colleagues, professors, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here in Turku. I think it's probably my 5th or 6th time on official visit here. When I was listening to Doug about his friend John Kerry counseling him before coming to Finland, I did not have as wise counselors as you, but I did ask around, asking so what is going to be and what is the advice people could give me when I come to Finland, bearing in mind that before that I've been working mostly with NATO issues or on NATO issues since 1995. So they say two things. First is that Finnish politics, nothing happens. It's stable, bordering being boring. Not true. Second thing they told me, that don't even mention NATO, it's hopeless. Also not true. But I'm very happy how it has turned out, of course, when it comes to Finland and joining NATO. I met recently one Finn who said that, Sven, don't worry, you can still congratulate us on joining NATO. We are never really kind of, had enough, just so I did. And I can also congratulate all of you here, Finns, on joining NATO. I will talk a bit about, of course, the war. Unfortunately, we cannot talk about the peace. And I think we do not need to talk necessarily without any preconditions about the peace. And when we are looking at where we are right now, in this horrible genocidal war of aggression Russia has unleashed on its neighbor, very broadly and on a very kind of a broad level, I think we have two scenarios, what we can think of. One is a Ukrainian victory, and victory in a way as Ukraine has defined it, but the Russian occupiers have been kicked out from constitutional Ukrainian territory, that the war criminals will be brought to justice, and that the crimes of aggression will be answered for, and that Russia will be contributing big time to the reconstruction of Ukrainian economy after the war. So this is a positive scenario. I think we can all imagine how good that would be. But what if that does not happen, and actually Russia in the end will prevail? I would say that when we are in a scenario which will potentially lead to World War III. What I mean by that? That means that aggression pays off. You can do it, but eventually you will get what you want. All those countries who have some designs somewhere in the world would take notice that this is the time. International community cannot stand up, and despite everything and a bit of the sanctions, eventually you will win. And when we think of a large war in the Far East and the economic and political consequences of that, then I think all the different economic crises, what we have had before, will pale in comparison. Plus, of course, the war itself. Nuclear weapons will most probably proliferate, because if there is one lesson from all the aspiring potential nuclear powers will take from what has happened in Ukraine is that you need to have nuclear weapons in order to survive. Just imagine, in 1994, Ukraine had a third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. It gave them away on a promise and on its kind of security guarantees, including from Russian Federation. And result is basically rolling in front of our eyes, unfortunately on TV screens every evening. Of course, there is only one way how aspiring nuclear powers will look at that. And then if a regional rival of a country X, Y, or Z has nuclear weapons, then the other one has to have it, and we will have a spiral of nuclear weapons proliferation. And then think that Russia will stop then. I think this is a lunacy. That means that we haven't heard anything from 1930s, learned anything from 1930s. Aggression never stops. It will go as far as is possible and will grow stronger and stronger as it is acquiring more and more resources. I think we have all studied our history books that, quote unquote, if we give Germany, Czechoslovakia, or Sudetenland, Austria, can militarize Rhineland, things like that, then, he will be a satisfied power and everything's going to be good. Has not turned out well and will not turn out well. And that basically means that we'll be in 1930s type of spiral, and this will have no good consequences for the small countries in exposed places like Estonia or Finland. And of course here, why we're actually in a much better position right now and can be moderately hopeful is of course, yes, as has been pointed out, but because of the bravery of Ukrainian people, Ukrainian soldiers. Probably the most consequential one sentence what has been uttered in the last 2 years has been Zelensky's, "I need ammunition, not a right." Now, people say that, Russia should not really be defeated because the consequences of a defeated Russia are unknown. Or that nuclear powers cannot lose a war, which is, by the way, just false. Nuclear powers lose wars regularly. Now just imagine that a positive scenario, as I said, that Ukraine militarily kicks out Russia from its territory. It has to be a decisive victory so that every babushka in every Siberian village knows that Russia was beaten like a drum on the battlefield. In that case, we will have actually hope for a future of Russia and for a future of European security. Let's look at this history. The different times when Russia lost a war. What happened? Russia lost a war in Crimea in 1856. That resulted with a liberal reforms of Alexander II, and life in Russian Empire got better. Russia lost a war to Japan in 1905. That resulted with a 1905 revolution and liberal reforms. Life became better for the people in Russian Empire. Russia lost the First World War. Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland became independent. Life became better for people in those countries. Russia lost war in Afghanistan in 1989. Half of Europe was liberated, including my country. Life became better. So let's look at historical evidence if Russia wins a war. Second World War. Half of Europe was enslaved, including my country. And for those people who say that we need to have peace at any case, let's them just keep Crimea or Donbass and so forth. I have one thing what I want to remind them of. Travel to Tallinn And in the seaside, in the eastern side of Tallinn, there is a memorial for the victims of communism. Very somber, very nice, black granite rock. And there are names of 23,000 people. Those are the victims of communism whose death, circumstances, time, and place are known. There are many, many thousands whose place of death in Siberia was not known. Those people were all killed by the Russian peace, Ruski Mir, which also means Russian world, during the peacetime. The biggest deportation took place in 1949. So those people who call for that kind of things, land swap for peace, they actually condemn millions of Ukrainians to that type of fate. And I don't think we can morally do that. Now, in order for Ukraine to prevail on the battlefield, what we need? Of course, political support, economic support, military support. I have just, we do not have too much time, so I will just talk a bit about the military support. Estonia has given Ukraine military assistance in the tune of 1.3% of its GDP. We are number one in the world in that respect. Our problem is not this 1.3%, the problem is 100%. Estonia is a small country, not too affluent, so even if we give 100%, this is not enough. If you take together the whole of the Rammstein group countries, basically those countries who have been given military support regularly and have regular meetings, and when you look at the GDP, combined GDP of the Rammstein group, then this is 47 trillion euros. And if you take just 1% of that, you'll get to 470 billion euros. Instead, actually, the average military support of Rammstein group countries is 0.2% of the GDP. So I think there's a lot of room of improvement. Military support has been, in my calculations, around 100 billion, but should be at least 5 times bigger. And then I think we will get somewhere. Now, why it hasn't been? I think there are 2 reasons. One, during the last 1.5 years, we have heard a lot about the fear of escalation, that these things can be escalatory, this will be escalatory. And another is just that we do not have stocks. That in the last 30 years, European security defense system has atrophied considerably. So that basically we do not have deep pockets where to bring out ammunition and artillery and so forth. And fear of escalation is, of course, has been nonsense. First, by definition, escalation at the battlefield means that one party to the conflict will bring to the conflict a weapon or a method of warfare which has not been there before. Has Russia used tanks from the first hour of this war? Yes. Have they used aircraft? Yes. Have they used long-range missiles? Yes. How can Ukraine using the same kind of thing be escalatory? It's nonsense. You remember 2 years ago the discussion was that maybe we can send helmets in Europe. But ammunition or lethal aid would be escalatory. Now imagine that if before the war Europe would have sent even, a quarter of a military assistance to Ukraine, what we have been sending now. Would there have been a war? Or maybe we would have showed the determination and strength. And this is the only thing that Putin actually values, strength of the opponent. And then he will back down. Estonia sent, luckily, American-built javelins before the war started. They were used in the defense of Kiev. We'll send them in a very large quantity. I cannot tell you the number, very large quantity. And of course we have had also internal criticism. But I would say the crux of the matter is that why does the Estonian army have javelins, for example? We are not to fight Latvians. Estonian army has javelins so that if necessary, they will destroy Russian tanks. Put it very simply. What are they doing right now in Ukraine? They are destroying Russian tanks. They are fulfilling their life purpose. We are not giving them away. We're investing into our own future and our own security. Now, people are saying, and I'm wrapping up here, is that we will be supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. This is very right message, but I would want to add 2 more short sentences. Also, as much as required and as quickly as possible. Because the quicker we give the military assistance in terms of ammunition and weapons and more to Ukraine, the quicker the war will end. Because all those discussions, can we send tanks, can we send aircraft, is that escalatory? It took months and months and months. For us, it's time, measured in time. For Ukrainians, it's measured in human lives. Tens of thousands of lives lost. And this is, of course, the sad part of any conflict, especially this one. And for the future and for any perspective of a peace deal, any type of deal with Putin, that would basically be based, or has to be based, on us thinking that he can honor any deal. Ask Prigozhin how long did his deal with Prigozhin, that Prigozhin's security will be taken care of, last? Exactly 2 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go forward, and now we ask to the podium the Finnish speaker who finalized his term in the headquarters of NATO as a representative of our mission in NATO, Mr. Klaus Korhonen. He has been also an ambassador representing Finland as an arms control ambassador as well as ambassador in Netherlands. And Mr. Korhonen's career in Brussels was very exciting in a sense that he was in the focus of all events of the process when Finland joined the NATO. Klaus, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Anders. It's a pleasure to be here. As you said, my assignment as the permanent representative of Finland to NATO came to an end yesterday, so the title on the screen is very accurate. Before I return to my own experience in Brussels, I would just like to pick up on what the 2 previous speakers said on Ukraine, because obviously this is a topic that comes up in every speech. I would just like to add that I'm a strong supporter of sanctions, which are now under discussion. I have always said that sanctions are not a cobra, they are a boa snake. The sanctions have an effect, not maybe as quick as we would like, but they have an effect, and when it comes to Russian aggression against Ukraine, so they affect Russia's calculus. But certainly, I mean, my 4 years in Brussels were unforgettable. I would like to pick up what Ambassador Higgy said about the 4th of April this year, when the Finnish flag was hoisted to the flagpole in front of NATO's main entrance as the 31st flag in the flag ring at NATO headquarters at 4 p.m. So immediately when the flag was up there, so the yellow-blue identity cards of representatives of invitee countries was taken away from us, and we received the all-blue ID cards of a member. And I can assure you that during that afternoon I had to take this card many times and just have a look to believe that this is for real. So also, of course, very memorable and very emotional. And my short comments here, of course, they are from the perspective of a representative or a former representative of a country which has just recently joined NATO. As a member of NATO, Finland continues to bear main responsibility for her own defense. Finland has come to NATO first and foremost as a security provider, not as a security consumer. When Finland joined, we did not set any conditions, any restrictions, any caveats for our membership. Finland assumed full obligations, but also rights of an ally. Like the European Union, NATO is about peace. Finland's accession to NATO is not against anybody, but it will increase our security and decrease the likelihood of aggression and hostile pressure against Finland. And I'm convinced that Finland joining NATO will also make the alliance stronger and safer. Now, people want to know more than that. Hundreds of times I have faced the question of what is the full impact of Finland's and Sweden's accession to NATO? What are the effects to our two countries, to our neighbors, and to NATO itself? Now I refer to the flag hoisting ceremony in April at NATO headquarters, and it means that next Monday, now after the weekend, Finland has been a member of NATO exactly for 5 months. 5 months. There is the famous story about Henry Kissinger's question in 1973 in Beijing, when the then Chinese Prime Minister Zhou Enlai, who is a great expert on history, Kissinger asked on how Zhou would assess the impact of the 1789 French Revolution on world history. Zhou Enlai reportedly said, "It's too early to say." So one step at a time, I very much liked Professor Christiansson's comments about first learning NATO. The true meaning of our accession to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Washington Treaty 1949, will be unfolding over time. And we will be in a privileged position to witness that. And steps are being taken. Finland, of course, is making progress on many fronts at the same time. And on June 12th, NATO and Finland concluded the formal process of integration of Finnish defense forces to NATO, which meant that a sufficient level of interoperability was reached according to NATO standards for a member state. The Finnish military integration process was fastest in NATO's history. We are speaking about equipment and modernization, force structure, cyber defense, and things like that. For Finland, military alignment marked a historic change, but I also want to emphasize that there was a lot of continuity. Finland had already been, for years, NATO's closest partner, together with Sweden. Russia's invasion of Ukraine brought to sharp relief the deficits of security in Northern Europe, but it did not change the underlying geopolitical realities that had been there all along. After the Cold War, there has been growing realization that security of the Baltic Sea region and the High North are connected, and that Northern Europe should be seen as a whole. And here High North refers in NATO jargon to the European part of the Arctic, approximately from Greenland to the Norwegian-Russian border. That makes Finland and Sweden, and precisely Finland and Sweden together, interesting to NATO. So the Baltic Sea, Northern Atlantic, and European Arctic maritime area form a triangle, and Finland and Sweden have all the time been there, right in the middle. With Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO, this gap will be filled, and Northern Europe will be an integrated whole when it comes to security and defense. So in mere geographic terms, this is a big area. Finland and Sweden and their territorial waters amount together to close to 1 million square kilometers. And as an ambassador to NATO, it was my duty to take a step backwards and try to see my country in the eyes of other allies. And I think it's fair to say that we don't necessarily realize how important our accession really was from NATO's point of view. Expectations in the alliance are high, and our task as representatives of Finland to NATO has been also to keep those expectations realistic. And I stop here. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Klaus, thank you very much. And now we have our second academic speaker, Professor Kulla, who has Rinna Kulla from the University of Tampere. Your strong international experience, for instance, in the United States, in the United Nations, France and Austria, as well as some other strategic countries, have made you a clear exception in the Finnish research team, because you have exceptionally good network relations. This is evidenced, for example, by your recent appearances on television. How do you comment these speeches? Please, Rinna.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies and dear audience. I was asked to provide an academic perspective, which is perhaps a little bit challenging, as all the other speakers here represent strong nation states and they have state perspectives and views. However, on the other hand, perhaps my academic perspective personally is rather suited to this panel. I have an Euro-Atlantic background, in the way that I was first educated in Denmark, on the other side of the Baltic Sea, in high school, and then I went to university first in the United States in New York, then in Oxford, then I went back to the United States in Washington, D.C., where I became a doctor, and my first job was also in New York in universities. Estonia, I only studied in books. I was a very particular kind of Finn. But 4 years ago, I started studying something called the 3 Seas Initiative, and then I traveled to Tallinn quite a lot to try to find out more about this. So perhaps my perspective in some ways is particularly Euro-Atlantic. And rather than to talk about it first, or to comment on your presentations, I prepared a couple of maps. I think if we have next slide, please. I don't have a... Perhaps we cannot move forwards. And the next slide.
I propose you continue. Yeah, now.
So, here is something I drew this spring. If we want to know about my academic perspective on this subject, this is a pictorial representation I drew for my new research plan. I am convinced that we should study now and in the future, in the next several years, certain key areas related to European security. And I picked the seas, Baltic Sea, Arctic Sea, and the Sea of Japan. And if we have the next slide. We can also see a little bit more how this is focused on European security. And we can have the next slide. So this is also what an academic perspective on today's topic looks like. Magnus, I have been learning NATO. My students have perhaps been learning NATO because this is a primary source from a NATO's research group on the Russian fleet in the Mediterranean that originates from the Black Sea. So this, I believe, also has something to do with today's topic. Next slide, please. So from my perspective, from an academic perspective, commenting on these representations today, a few points emerge. First of all, Finland's reference group is the Western world, and the political balance of power between the West and Russia has changed after 1991 to the advantage of the West. First, in East European countries joining NATO, and now with the second enlargement process of Finland and Sweden. Russia has announced that it is fighting in Ukraine for its existence. What does it mean? It means also that Russia is relatively weak in comparison to the Western alliance, notwithstanding nuclear weapons. But in these circumstances, from my academic perspective, it's relatively important to understand that the struggle for hegemony and the growing military engagement represents also a risk of the instability increasing or widening. And I think Sven began his remarks also on that. So when we think about the maps that I represented, I am interested in this Arctic Ocean, the Baltic Sea, in the Sea of Japan. We should study them to also understand that the risk of the conflict widening outside of Ukraine is real, and we should work on that. A goal for the future development of Finland's neighboring regions, I think, has to engage also an effort to maintain stability in the Baltic Sea and in the Arctic region. From a strategic point of view, I think this is something that we have to think about, and that we have to have also steps towards escalation, to try to work towards a non-escalation towards instability. And here I come maybe to the point of our panel today. I believe that the stabilization in our regions, these seas, is led by an engagement between the United States, Russia, and China. And our Baltic seas are also theaters for these great powers. I also think that Finland's membership in NATO can and should be seen from these perspectives. That's part of the point of the academic world and my point of view towards today's contacts. We could have a couple of more slides, what the academic view looks like. It looks like this. This is from another NATO working group in history. It represents all the anchorages of the Russian Navy, which are quite numerous. There are 19. NATO has 23. But nonetheless, I have been interested, and I am interested from the academic perspective in the future in learning about these anchorages. Why? Because in recent years, let's say in the last 5 or 6 years, many of the former Russian or Soviet positions around the world have been taken over by the Chinese Navy. We can see the next map. These were more Russian or Soviet military installations around the world. Several of these have been now occupied also by the Chinese Navy. For example, one here is Madagascar. The base is at the end of the island on top. And if we see the next map, we can also see it. Next slide, please. Here. In recent studies that are non-academic, that are by NGO groups, here, for example, Madagascar is only marked as having an Indian base, but it has a former Russian Soviet base that is today owned by China. And from my perspective of a global historian working from Finland, I am concerned, and I hope that in the future we can focus more widely on European security, but from these quite global perspectives, or let's say the perspectives of these possible future conflict areas. So in that way, I believe that my thinking is quite along the lines of the former three speakers, but maybe a little bit more global in the perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Join the gentleman on the sofa.
Indeed. Now, we have a bit more than 15 minutes for discussion, and it is quite an ambitious project given how representative and many you are. But I'll try with you, Ambassador, nevertheless, first, and if I can call you in this conversation, Doug. Many times it has been said during this conference, for example, when we talk about Ukraine, as long as it takes. That is the requirement, and it's a statement. And then we've heard many say also that it may take a long while without anybody daring to put an end date to this yet. So, United States, as long as it takes, ahead of the presidential elections, yes or no?
Are you referring to your presidential elections?
Not right.
You know, it's sort of interesting. I was just back in the U.S. for a couple weeks, and I had a chance to visit with people in Congress. The resolve around support for Ukraine in Congress, particularly in the Senate, is very high. While there still are outliers that are fighting against it, more in the House than in the Senate. But if you really look at it, it's a huge level of support for Ukraine. And if you see what's happening in Finland, it seems like every week we have a congressional delegation visiting from the United States and Finland. And we take it upon ourselves, the staff that we have at the embassy, quite frankly, as an opportunity to educate legislators on what's happening. Because you don't get a sense of it until you get closer to it. And I will say, we just had the Secretary of Navy here in the last week. The military is 100% supportive at virtually every level. Most of the legislators are supportive. Some of the presidential candidates that have come out and said that they would do something else. I always say there's a difference between when you run for office and when you govern. And when you govern, you have to make tough decisions about what the reality of the world is. I don't think anybody is in a position in our politics to say they would want to pull out the support for Ukraine because they understand the risks. And as I said earlier, the Ukrainians are not just fighting for their own democracy, they're fighting for all of our democracies. And, you know, Sven mentioned that maybe we should have done some things earlier and quicker. I don't necessarily disagree with that. And I think, unfortunately, we've had to learn some things through this process. So just like Putin made a number of mistakes calculating the Ukrainians, maybe we made some mistakes. And I think we were re-looking at all those things. So as an example, I'm sure it's going to come up on F-16s, is the community, and I'll talk about it as a community, has decided that they're going to support Ukraine with that. We're going to support from training, and we have to sign off on U.S. product being brought into Ukraine, which we said we're going to do. So I think everybody understands what needs to be done. The challenge that we all have is we have to be really honest about this. The Russians are brutal. You know, I don't have to tell this to Finns. You've lived it, you've seen it. And they'll use any resource they can to win. The only way we can deal with them and with Putin in general is a sign of strength. That's the only way we'll be able to deal with them. But I will tell you, my confidence level in talking to senators and congresspeople and to President Biden, and he made it really clear when he was here, he's all in, his administration is all in, and I think if we continue to do a good job with the American people are in. But we need to continue to educate them on the process.
Now, as a former EU official, I have to say that the cooperation between the United States and the European Union has never been closer or more efficient than working out the sanctions policy, for example. But when you look at the next steps, and here I'm inviting everybody else in, putting more pressure on Vladimir Putin, putting more pressure on the Russian state, what are those next steps? What can be contemplated? What could make Western pressure even more effective than it is today? Who would like to start? Any thoughts on that?
I can do it, thanks, Sue. I mean, first observation is that we have had how many packages of sanctions? I don't know, 14 from EU. I have lost count. And this is not because month after month we discover new areas of trade or things like that. It's actually that we have not been able. We had a long list before. We have not been able to agree on many issues before. So we move in the speed of basically kind of finding a consensus. And sometimes this is slow. In terms of the sanctions, I'm afraid probably we have on paper mostly ticked all the boxes. What we need to tick now, meticulously, box after box, is closing all the loopholes, looking at the ways of where the transit of goods is actually reaching Russia. I know Doug is probably not agreeing with me, but I mean, for me, the most popular, my favorite US president of all times is Ronald Reagan. And what he did, and was said to be most effective, was the long-term effect of the sanctions on all high-tech equipment to the Soviet Union. And that basically broke the kind of the military also machinery of the Soviet Union in the long run. So I think this has to be done. I did speak previously about the need to revamp very quickly the arms supplies and weapon supplies to Ukraine. I'm totally in agreement with the speakers at the previous panel, but that also means that we need to make sure that European and North American arms industries are working at full speed. They are not, at least not all. Why they are not? Because they are not sure that their investment will be needed in 6 or 7 or 8 years from now. We need to give them basically kind of that kind of a assurance from the government's side that actually we are in the long run actually having a higher defense spending, because Russia is not going away. This is a long-term menace. And when you look at my country, when we had a first big war with Moscovia in 1558, when Ivan the Terrible's armies were attacking the then old Livonia, nowadays Estonia and Latvia. I would call on anybody listening, just open the Wikipedia page in English and type in Livonian War. And when you scroll down, the first illustration, which is contemporary from that time, from 16th century, is depicting basically Russian war crimes. Women being hanged and their babies, which have been cut into pieces, are in front of their feet. This is basically a contemporary artist description of a Russian method of warfare in the Great Livonian War in the 16th century. We have not basically seen much difference right now in the 21st century, unfortunately. It's a long-term struggle. I am not optimistic at all, that we will have a new and nice and shiny Russia anytime soon. This is quite unrealistic. We would rather have to contain and kind of keep a check on that, and that basically means that long-term investment in defense, we are not really doing too much nowadays.
Okay. Rinna.
To answer your question rather briefly, to begin thinking about coercion is probably a good idea to think about Moscow's perspective. Moscow has for a long time respected countries, like Sven said, who responded forcefully, right? But great powers, big powers. So the engagement probably has to be led by United States and probably has to take in consideration China as well. However, I would be also thinking about and optimistic about using many different avenues to increase pressure, right? If we look at last week, Turkey is one of the countries that did not join the BRICS coalition. Why not? Because it's a member of NATO. The United States has many such allies and tools to pursue contact, maybe not dialogue, but also coercive contact. And I would look for those kinds of pressure points also, many different ones at the same time. However, I think that Russia and China China and the United States have to be involved.
Klaus.
Yeah, I would say three things. The first is to emphasize that it's first and foremost for Ukraine to decide on the fate of their own, Ukrainians to decide on the fate of their own country, not for anybody else. So nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. The second is that we should just keep doing what we do. We should not send the signal to Putin that he can wait us out. That when we say that. Whatever it takes and how long as it takes, we mean it. Then I had a third point, but maybe it comes later. Thank you.
We have still time for maybe a second round, and this is a bit a leap into the future, but I think it's, as diplomats and researchers, you are well able to do that. I mean, no matter how long it takes, eventually there comes after. The war will end. And the work of diplomacy and the work of government is also to think about the years ahead. It has been said quite vocally here also that Russia will not be welcomed into the Western arms very soon or very gladly after everything that it has done in Ukraine. But what about Ukraine and the reconstruction of Ukraine? And in the spirit of reconstruction of Ukraine, which is an effort in it to itself, its membership in Western communities, NATO, EU, can one happen and the other not? Or are they processes that have to be looked at together?
And maybe I can pick up because
yes, that's your third point.
That was my third point. I think the third important thing is also to take care about our own unity, the unity of the European Union, unity of NATO, but also to increase cooperation between the European Union and NATO. And I think there is a reason for cautious optimism on this, because the Russian aggression against Ukraine has had a unifying effect on the community of democratic states, and also it has promoted the cooperation between EU and NATO.
Rinna, what's your view on this?
My view is that one can come before the other as long as the other one comes. I suppose that's a Finnish perspective. I would say also that in Brussels, what we have now and what we should pursue are perhaps some new thoughts on enlargement, right? I don't think too critically about the French initiative of several different timelines or different frameworks, as long as it takes the enlargement process confidently forwards. I think we can look for new frameworks, timelines, avenues, as long as there is movement forwards.
And Doug, what's the Atlantic take on this?
Yeah, I guess, when I look at it, I think the best weapon we can have against Putin is unity. So that's unity in the EU, it's unity in NATO, it's the coalition of the willing. When you think about what Putin has done, I mean, he miscalculated the whole process. He really thought the Ukrainians would fall. He thought the US would not be particularly supportive. He thought the EU would not be supportive. He thought NATO would not be. All of that went wrong for him. But the advantage he does have, if you're an oligarch, you can move your GDP anywhere you want and spend it anywhere you want. So he has that advantage. But that will run out of time. That will run its course. And you've seen just recently the devaluation of the ruble. You've seen inflation characteristics. You've seen now they're putting more taxes on energy industry because it's the only industry they have in Russia. Those things will run out of time and people will run out of patience. Now the question is, when does that intersect? I don't know. But the best weapon we have against Putin is unity. If we don't have that, then we run the risk of failure.
Sven. 3 points. First point is that NATO and EU enlargement have been the best tools the West has had in the last 30 years in increasing stability and strengthening the whole of Europe. My country has been one beneficiary of that among others, and I can testify to that, and we still have this tool. Second observation is about NATO enlargement to include Ukraine. Now, and this is connected to the first part of the question, which was about reconstruction. What comes later? Now, we cannot reconstruct Ukraine just on a public purse. We need to have a private investment, massively. Now, can anyone imagine that a private investment wants to invest in Ukraine if Russia can start a war again? And, do we believe if Putin says, no, I'm not going to do it again? Of course, we cannot trust him. The only way to make it sure it will not happen is for Ukraine to win the war and to be admitted as quickly as possible to NATO, because that is the best way of actually guaranteeing that reconstruction will happen, and not on basically the state budget of our countries, but on a private investment. And then the last thing is coming back to, in a way, that we need to show strength, resolve, solidarity, steadfastness, is that, why did Putin miscalculate Western resolve and Western unity? He had very good reasons to miscalculate. He basically carved out frozen conflicts from Georgia and Moldova in the early 90s. Not him, Russia did. But what did the West do? Nothing. He attacked Georgia, is still occupying 1/5 of Georgian territory. What did the West do? Nothing. 2014, Crimea, Donbass, what did the West do? Practically nothing. I mean, there's a part of our country's territory was declared yourself and occupied by Russian forces. Of course, the calculation is that I can get away. Couple of months of bad diplomacy, maybe some sanctions, but I will get through it. Nord Stream 1 was built, Nord Stream 2 was built. After Georgia, first one, after Crimea, the second one. Of course, there was an ample reason for Putin to miscalculate. And basically, we should make sure that he does not miscalculate any further. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I just want to clarify one thing. I did vote for Ronald Reagan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you, and thank you, Reijo. Let's give a good hand for our panelists.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
While you are taking your seats, I will make a short summary. What Doug said about unity was a key message to us all. And I think that Sven was in his element where he is known about when he was interpreting history and what we learned about 2010 after 2010 events. Now we are facing the final session, which has been actually the very key issue of this European situation, and what kind of peace in Ukraine and what is the future of Europe and Ukraine. I want to pay attention that, in my opinion, the problem with Mr. Putin is that he comes from an era where the Russian history and especially the Soviet history was written about 3 times, 3 versions, what happened. Actually what he has stated during the last 3 years about Europe, about Ukraine, and about Russian relations with Ukraine has varied very much. And we are also having a battlefield in historical narratives. And this is very important because what is the narrative of Ukraine? This is very important for the whole Europe. And this is also part of the Finnish history when you visit Ukraine. That's why this is extremely exciting. But now we are getting to the very deep question about the peace, what we are really looking for. And in Finland, the ambassador, the Ukrainian ambassador, Mrs. Olga Dibrova, has given the face for Ukrainian people, what we can see from the television. But we can also see them as refugees and as our co-workers here in Finland. For instance, in my island, in my second apartment, we have a number of good Ukrainian agrarian workers who are very, very good people during the whole summer period of time. But what about the peace? What about the future? How long this will take, and what is the plan of Mr. Zelensky? Mrs. Dibrova, welcome.
Dear friends, it's a big honor to address such an esteemed audience. And I would like first to thank the organizers of the forum for keeping Ukraine high on the agenda, as well as the organizers of this panel, Anders Reijo. Thank you very much for letting me speak about peace, because that is what Ukrainians are about. We were forced to be on the battlefield to defend our existence. But Ukrainians are people of peace. And it's a really great feeling to be surrounded by true friends and partners. And I would like to underline amazing solidarity of your nations with my fellow citizens. And it gives us a valuable and powerful incentive to fight for our own future and for the future of Europe, and to reach just and lasting peace. I can surely say, as a Ukrainian, that Ukraine will win this existential battle against terrorist state Russia. Ukrainians will liberate all Ukrainian territories, including Crimea. We will effectively defend Europe and democratic values. And eventually, we will restore the rule of law on the international level. For reaching these goals, at this moment, we need more weapons and munitions. The destiny of the European security will be decided, unfortunately, on the battlefield. We need F-16s as soon as possible, long-range rockets and all other defense equipment and materials to restore control on all parts of Ukraine promptly, saving thousands of lives of Ukrainians on the battlefield and civilians in the cities and towns in all parts of Ukraine, which are under constant threat of missile attack. I thank Finland for 18 packages of defense assistance, and I also praise a powerful international coalition supporting Ukrainian defensive efforts. We rely on continuation of dynamic support to our country. We also need to increase joint arms production, and Ukrainians are now concentrated on strengthening our own defense capabilities. For this aim, we convene already this fall Defense Industries Forum in Ukraine. The date will be announced shortly, and we expect active participation of defense industries of our friends and allies in this forum. Full liberation of all territories of Ukraine is the most important, but not sufficient condition for a just and lasting peace in Europe. There are 3 other critical prerequisites for peace. First and foremost, we need to bring to justice all responsible for crime of aggression, genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. Strong and effective sanctions and full political and economic isolation of Russia should be also considered as a part of accountability track. Second prerequisite of a just and lasting peace: Russia should pay for recovery and long-term reconstruction of Ukraine. It means that all available and accessible Russia's assets should be frozen, confiscated, and legal instruments created on the national and international levels for bringing these assets for development of Ukraine. In May, within the Council of Europe, we have taken a very important step by creating the Register of Damage caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The third, and maybe most strategically important prerequisite of a just and lasting peace, is Ukraine's accelerated accession to NATO. This war has started in 2014 by Russia due to the only reason to deprive Ukrainians of their fundamental right to choose own destiny, to be a full-fledged member of the Euro-Atlantic community of common security space. Later, Russia openly stated its opposition to Ukraine's membership in the EU. And we hope to start accession negotiations to the European Union already by the end of this year, and we rely on your support. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we all need a lasting peace and stable rules-based international order. Ukraine deserves a just peace, just as all nations in Europe and in the world. To reach this goal, we need to deal with distorted and unpredictable reality, which has been unfolding last and this year because of political blindness and wishful thinking of previous decades. Nobody in Kremlin has never hid their imperialistic ambitions. From the beginning, we need to remember that Russia's blatant barbaric attack on Ukraine is not just a violation of all possible international norms, but it's also a very long-term attack on our style of life, its attack on progress, its attack on economic development, on social order of all countries in the world. As Mayor Arve, you rightly said several times during this forum, and as Minister Valtonen said in her today's speech, as well as my colleague ambassadors, the fight of Ukrainians is for values. Over decades, Russia has weaponized energy supply, information flow, mass media, international sport, food supply, and even migration. Russia has been doing it for decades, using the hunger of some elites to simple solutions. All Europeans this winter has faced high spike of prices for electricity and heating. Every day we pay higher and higher prices in the grocery stores, and this line could be continued. Only now we recognize that dependency on one source of energy resources, as well as any critical materials or technologies, is a grave threat. Only now we recognized that comprehensive investments in green transition and hydrogen economy is even more a matter of the national and international security than the instrument to deal with climate changes. We definitely need complex vision of the reality and comprehensive toolkit to create a new one, more stable on the long term. Reality where the rule of law is secured, international community is strong and resilient, international institutions are true guardians of the order and international norms. All our societies are resilient and capable not to tackle but avoid systemic challenges in the legal, energy, food, nuclear, ecological sectors. Such a complex approach was a key rationale of the peace formula that President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky presented in November 2022 during the G20 summit in Indonesia. It aims to solve two key tasks: to ensure a comprehensive, just and sustainable peace in Ukraine, and to guarantee security for the world. The peace formula consists of 10 fundamental points: radiation and nuclear safety, food safety, energy security, release of prisoners and deported persons, implementation of the UN Charter and restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity and the world order, withdrawal of Russian troops and cessation of hostilities, restoration of justice, ecological safety, preventing escalation of war and repetition of aggression, confirmation of the end of the war. Ukraine is actively working to engage the widest possible range of states in the implementation of the peace formula, while it's critically important to find all essential solutions to such a complex phenomena as Russia's aggression on the international order. Ukraine proposes that each of 10 points be coordinated by one or more leading countries. Other countries can actively participate in the implementation of one or more points as participants. Joining other points of the Ukrainian peace formula does not oblige you to join all the points as a whole. Currently, more than 50 countries from Europe, North America, Latin America, Africa, and Asia have joined the regular discussions on points of the Ukrainian peace plan that should be taken as the basis for restoration of a comprehensive, just, and sustainable peace in Ukraine, because the war is being fought on the Ukrainian territory. The Ukrainian side seeks to attract the maximum number of opinions from partners. At the same time, the main approach to interaction within the process remains unchanged. Proposals from partners must be based on the UN Charter and respect for its principles. We are ready to consider all initiatives that are based on respecting the territorial integrity of Ukraine and do not lead to freezing the conflict. President Zelensky's strategy for implementing the peace formula has 3 phases. The first phase includes meetings with ambassadors accredited in Ukraine for a detailed discussion of each point of peace formula. The second phase consists of meetings of the national security and political advisors of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and representatives of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs in order to find optimal formulations and mechanisms for the implementation of the peace plan. The first such meeting took place in Denmark in June, and the next one took place recently in Saudi Arabia in Jeddah. The third stage should be the holding of the Global Peace Summit at the level of the heads of states by the end of 2023. I would like to use this opportunity to call upon you to be active promoters of peace formula as a universal vision on how to build lasting peace and be active leaders or participants of implementation of the formula. This will be a real contribution not only to ending the war, the scale of which has not been known in Europe since World War II, but also an investment in the security of your own countries. Future of Europe depends on our ability to make prompt and brave decisions and on our readiness to substantial transformation. To conclude, I would say that keywords for Ukrainians now are unity. Unity with our friends and partners who help us to win the war. And speed, so that necessary weapons are supplied to Ukraine as quick as possible. And thank you for mentioning this in this room already before. We have to be creators of the future, and this future will start with the victory of Ukraine and our common one. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dibrova. Before I give the floor to the last speaker, I have to make a question about Russia. How do you see, from your Ukrainian point of view, that how the ordinary Russians are living with this heavy barrier of the war from their point of view? Can you describe something to us about their role? Because we think that if they don't understand what they are doing, we are in great troubles with the peace.
Of course, it's difficult to speak on behalf of Russians, but I think that ordinary Russian now should live with a feeling of guilt, shame, blood on their hands, and mortal things on their souls. And of course, Ukraine hoped during the first months since the full-scale invasion happened in February 2022 that ordinary Russians, the Russian people, will stand up, that there will be massive uprisings against this brutality, the war, hostilities, and all the horror that we have lived through during that month and which continues now. I think the whole Ukraine was literally calling Russia, especially the people of Kharkiv, who were immediately bombed, the twin city of Turku. They were in the bomb shelters calling the other side. I know this from them personally, telling their relatives, stop it, what are you doing? We are in the bomb shelters, we cannot get out for weeks. Unfortunately, Ukrainians have not been heard. Ukrainian president and the Ukrainian Minister of Defense were probably the most patient ones of all Ukrainians, trying to call Russians to join the good side of the story, and to call even Russian military to join the right side. But in majority, we were not successful.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Mr. Timo Pesonen. To introduce him would be a very long list, But I can say that since the whole membership of Finland in European Union, there is not a place where his hand wouldn't have been present. So he has been in very many questions. Pesäpallo too, that is something, it's Finnish baseball.
Also New York Yankees.
Yes, but Timo, who is now the Director General of Space and Arms Defense Industry, will give us the response from European perspective, from the European community.
Thank you, thank you, Anders, and it's an honor to be here. This Europa Forum. Last year I couldn't make it, but normally I've been here every year, and I really salute Mayor Minna for your support. This would never happen without the strong commitment of Turku city. I think almost everything has been said. That's always the pleasure of being the last speaker in this afternoon. I think I was listening to you, all of you, and I was thinking, we all remember September 11. I'm sure that each of us, at least a bit with the elder generation, we remember the moment where we were, where you were when you recognized what the cowardless Al-Qaeda terrorists did on September 11 against the United States of America, against the West. In the same way, I will never forget February 24th. And I'm sure we all will remember that. Waking up early in the morning with the news that the Russian tanks has crossed the border, paramilitary troops are in Kiev, looking for Zelensky and the Ukrainian government, trying to take over Kiev and occupy the sovereign, independent European country. That was devastating. Of course, there were signs that it is about to happen, but of course also hopes that he would not be that crazy, that he would do it. But he did it. And that was the end of the naivety. September 11 was the end of a naivety against the terrorists. The fight against terrorism started that day, and the whole West was united. And the global geopolitical scenario changed, and it's for good. And the same what Putin did. Putin made three main mistakes. Already Ambassador Hickey referred to that. First of all, he totally overestimated his own military might. As a dictator, he believed that he has the best weapons. You know, when the dictator goes to the military exercise, he's shown how the missile, the Russian missile, is the best in the world, the most precise, the fastest, and the strongest. How their tanks will march to Kiev in few days. How their military troops will eliminate Zelensky in hours. And that did not happen. Secondly, even more, he could not understand, being a dictator, being born and raised in Soviet Union, the will of the Ukrainian people to stand up and fight against the Russians. And Zelensky was offered the way out to save himself and his family, and he did not do it. He did not do it. Putin would have immediately escaped. I'm not sure whether he flew to St. Petersburg when the drunk Wagner soldiers were marching to Moscow, a few thousand of them. Was that true or not? But maybe yes. So you understand that this is the dynamics between the free democratic countries and the dictatorship. And thirdly, miscalculated and underestimated the unity of the West, as Ambassador said. He was reading reports. He knew UK left EU. EU is weaker. France and Germany can never agree. There are other member states who will block, tough sanctions, etc., etc. And US will not be in full strength supporting Ukraine. And total miscalculation. We have been united from the day one, and we will stay united. I think all the messages this afternoon, or also from the Minister of Valtonen, underlines that there is not a single sign of disunity in the West, in EU and in the NATO and in the broader alliance. But of course, the war also showed how badly prepared Europe was in the face of a conventional war in Europe. Ambassador Korhonen remembers when in 1990s Finland was reforming our artillery. There were colleagues in Europe laughing at us. Why on earth you still buy new artillery? I mean, those days are over. The modern war is about cyber, hybrid, There will not be a conventional war. Why do you still have 350,000 men ready to be mobilized? Well, now we know why. So Finland and Poland never gave up the concept of territorial defense and the mobilization of a huge number of troops if needed. But also our defense expenditure has been very low in Europe. And the American presidents, one after each other, has said from the day one, end of the Cold War, Europe, you need to invest more on defense. And that's what we are doing now. That's what we are doing now, finally. Euro area crisis, the financial crisis in 2010, 2011, the defense expenditure went down drastically. And it is only now steadily growing and coming to the level of 2% of the GDP minimum, what is the NATO commitment of the allies. So we have to invest more on defense, and we have to invest better. We are giving the member states everything what we have, and as soon as we can, to Ukraine. But is it enough? No. We have to do more and faster, as Ambassador Sakov said. We have to be faster in our delivery of the armaments, ammunition, shells, missiles, fighters, of course, also. The training is very important. I came from Toledo, informal defense ministers meeting, and there the High Representative Juan Borrell, he said that we should have 40,000 Ukrainian soldiers trained in Europe instead of the 30,000, which is the current commitment. So we have to do more and more. And there I know that Finland is also doing its fair share. Finland has also given a lot to Ukraine. For strategic reasons, Finland does not tell the public what kind of support we are doing, because we have our own border to be watched. But of course, I mean, nobody exceeds the Estonian efforts, and also Poland and Czechia are doing a lot, being of course close to Ukraine. So what we are doing in Europe, we have I would say, a triple challenge. First of all, the urgent support to Ukraine with weapons, ammunition, training, material, and that has to be done as fast as possible. And second, we have to ramp up our own industrial production. On the one hand, to be able to support Ukraine, but also to ramp up our own shells. We have to be better prepared in the future. It can't be so that we are only doing the minimum in order to be able to Ukraine, and we leave our own military preparedness at the same level it was before the war. That cannot happen. We can't afford to that. And the third, we have to invest on research and development, on innovation. We have to be in the front of the defense industrial development. The United States is our most important partner. We would be nowhere in helping Ukraine without the American commitment. And we would be very cold in Europe without the US presence in Europe. But we have to be also ready to strengthen our own strategic autonomy, to strengthen our own capabilities for all the reasons, also for the future. So I would sum up, we do as much as we can. In the European Commission, we are preparing, of course, the sanction packages, and the sanctions are working. They are working. It is never 100% waterproof. There are always little loopholes here and there. But in the big picture, it has a significant importance for Russia and for the Russian economy. And also, I'm sure, we don't know what the Russians are thinking. We can guess, but there is a nervousness. There is a nervousness in Russia because the sanctions and this isolation of Russia, it has implications, and it must have implications. What comes to the peace, I fully, Ambassador is for Ukrainian people, Ukrainian leaders, to hopefully come at some moment to peace, but it cannot be dictated by anybody outside. It is for you and your leaders and your people to work for it. And of course, Russia to stop, withdraw, and face the defeat. Thank you very much.
Timo, Mr. Pesonen, thank you very much for your kind words, and I use the opportunity to thank you also the support and cooperation what we have done with you during the process of Europe Forum during the years. Mrs. Dibrova, it was a pleasure to get you here and listen to your fabulous speech about Ukrainian future, what we are fully supporting. Thank you very much. And now we are giving the closing words to my colleague,
first we say goodbye to you.
Mr. Kempinen, who is also the chair of the Europe Forum.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Europe Forum Advisory Board. Reijo, please.
Thank you. Where was I on September 11, 2001? Actually, I was in Ukraine, the EU-Ukraine summit in the magnificent palace in Yalta, who has now momentarily been lost to aggressive forces. That's why I remember that day, like others remember some other dates so well. No, as the chair of the advisory board, it gives me a great pleasure to thank you everybody for being here, being a very well-behaving, disciplined, positive, constructive audience. We have had also on this year outstanding success. We have 800 people here in Turku attending these talks, 170 speakers, and 2,500 unique online followers. So the numbers are growing. It's a magnificent effort. It's the 6th time that has been organized. And like Arne said at the beginning, all this came up from a very simple idea. An ambassador to Sweden was approached by his colleague and asked, have you heard about this Europa Forum in Sweden? Why can't we do anything like that? And when this ambassador then saw some colleagues from Turku, where he was giving a talk, he approached this idea, and he then later told me that, was it 2 months later, somebody called Anders Blom pulled his sleeve and said, we're going to do it. This was 2017. Out of nowhere came a good idea. Out of nowhere, people in Turku, the city of Turku, the academic community in Turku, lots of other people came together only as people in this part of the country can do and organized the first Europe Forum. Now, 2023, a success again. It has become a milestone, also in the sense that this is now truly recognized as the political opening of the Finnish political autumn. A unique of its kind and the biggest of its kind of events in Finland. And you are, dear audience, to thank for that. I would also like to address big thanks on behalf of the forum and its organizers to the organizers themselves. I'm here just doing talks, but also to Mayor, whose commitment and support has been not only outstanding, but also irreplaceable for the success of the event of this kind. And it's not going to end here. There will be the 7th, there will be the 8th, and so forth. But this autumn is also for us a bit of a moment of reflection. We have grown, this event has grown, it is now recognized. And when I'm looking at the back, these 2-3 days, some things have to be highlighted. The speech this morning of Prime Minister Orpo. I've written a few speeches of my own to other people, but rarely have I heard something that was so clearly articulating the policy and the aspirations of a government in terms of its mandate for the next years for the European Union. There was no ifs, there was no buts. That's a declaration of intent that has to be taken for its worth and has to be taken seriously. And we will do that. Earlier there was a suggestion by Finnish Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen that maybe a political seminar about the Finnish Europe policy should be organized annually, and maybe here. And if I'm not misunderstanding, Petteri Orpo is not adverse to that idea at all. So let's see where this comes and where this develops from there. Your feedback is always welcome, and maybe more than ever now, when we have this reflection hat on in terms of where can Europe Forum grow when it approaches the next years of its life. Some other highlights, I have to admit, also struck very much so. Esko Antola luento, talk given by Erkki Liikanen, reminded us of the long history and the pragmatic character of Finnish foreign policy. Pragmatic to the sense that the discussions on values have maybe been not so familiar to us as it has been to some other countries and in some other countries. But the events that we are witnessing and being drawn into bring that discussion of values all the more importantly also to the Finnish politics, and very good that it does that too. Everybody, I hope, has had their own takings of this. As I said, we would very much appreciate feedback, but without further ado, this is not the end. If I'm not mistaken, there are cocktails after this soiree, and I hope that you will join us and celebrate further the closure of the event under rainless skies. Thank you very much.